could bring to pass the vision of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr., and that is equality even in the tech industry, so that the bad hand that we had been dealt with can be replaced by a good hand of equality of opportunities.
That we should be focused on making sure that our advancements are structural, so that we're actually building new infrastructure, new policy, new ways of doing business that will survive.
Be values driven and don't compromise, and define for your life, this is how I prefer to be treated, this is how I will be treated, and really get with a company that aligns with your values. There's plenty of tech companies out there, and don't budge on that.
People who look like us, Black and brown Americans, to not just get online, but fully leverage this new tech economy and this new online economy that now drives the American economy.
What I would say to tech workers at this moment is, this is a moment of opportunity. If you're not applying for the promotion, if you're not applying for the loan now, don't wait. Get out there. Make these companies make good on their commitment to invest in the African American, Latinx, and other underrepresented minority communities.
Hello, everyone. Welcome one and all to the 7th annual PUSHTECH Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Summit. This is Dr. Joseph Bryant Jr. I am the Executive Director of the West Coast Silicon Valley Bay Area. I'm also the National Sports Director for the Rainbow Push Coalition. It is a pleasure to have you with us again this year. Wow, last night, were you with us? Incredible, unbelievable, fantastic event last night, our Keep Hope Alive reception, where we were able to honor some giants in the field, some contributors into the community, and just have a wonderful time of inspiration that we were able to gather together and share with all of you. What a wonderful experience. Congratulations again to all of our honorees. And of course, all of this work is under the beautiful, powerful, influential vision of the one who is always worthy of our celebratory expressions, love, kindness, and respect. And that is our fantastic visionary leader, the one and only Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson. What a blessing he is, what a gift he is to all of us. And we wouldn't be here without Reverend Jackson. I can remember it's been 8 years now that we have been on this path with Reverend Jackson. We've been a part of this journey when he came back to Silicon Valley. Some of you all were there, you remember, we started coming to shareholder meetings back in 2014. And I'll never forget going to that very first one for Hewlett Packard and being able to hear Reverend Jackson on the microphone at the shareholder meeting, just saying to the crowd and saying to the board that we need to have more diversity in our industry. We need to have more diversity on our board. We need to have more diversity in our company. And one by one, he went to these various meetings with various companies in Silicon Valley, and he just continued to raise that vision. We collectively, we as a team, as a real coalition, we need to do more to bring diversity and inclusion into this industry that's impacting our world, yes, changing our world. And that was back in 2014. Of course, Reverend Jackson began this journey in Silicon Valley back in the 90s. But by 2014, when the internet had been blowing up and social media and online this and online that had become the way of the world, he felt it important for us to take a step back into Silicon Valley directly. And here we are as we celebrate that first year after he did all of those meetings and had all those exchanges and had all those interactions. We began this PUSHTECH Summit. And here we are 7 years later, and diversity, equity, and inclusion, D&I, the whole idea of diversity has become commonplace, has become a part of the fabric of the way corporations and companies all over the world do business, all because of the one and only Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson.
Raise your fists together. I am somebody. I may be poor, but I am somebody. and yellow, brown, black, and white. We're all precious in God's sight. Everybody is somebody. Stop the violence. Save the children. Stop bullying. Save the children.
Hold your head high. Stick your chest out. You can make it. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
Reverend just said, I want to thank Reverend Joseph Bryant, the student work putting together experts across these fields. They'll never inform you, inspire you, and direct you. You must follow their lead. We came right in Nevada 20 years ago under much controversy. There were no blacks on board of directors. Now there's 2 blacks on board of Apple, Microsoft, HP, and others of them. We went to the C-suite, but we must get the common represent you who don't have a job but don't have an adequate job. Please join Rainbow Push at this conference. We're going to challenge all these companies to be fair with us. We turn our investments. We know we can if we will. God bless you and keep alive and see your decision later on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Jackson. Thank you, Reverend Jackson. Thank you, Reverend Jackson. We cannot thank him enough for all that he has done for us, all the open doors he has provided, all the opportunities that he's provided. Reverend Jackson, there is none like you, and we are so grateful. And along this path, we've been able to join forces with some incredible people who have been partners along the way with Reverend Jackson, along with our PUSHTECH office in this entire diversity and inclusion space. We would not be able to do what we're doing unless we had great people joining forces with us. And from the very beginning, we've had the benefit of 2 giants in the industry, 2 giants in the political world, 2 giants in civil rights and social justice and empowerment, and sisters beloved as they are, just phenomenal women who have changed the world throughout the world in the way they rock the world with what they do. And we've been so blessed to have Congresswoman Barbara Lee and the one and only Angela Rye as a part of every year's event. And so again, it's most fitting that we kick off this year's summit, hearing the voices of these 2 amazing women as they help us to see where are we now. We're coming out of a pandemic. You know, when we started this path, we called it PUSHTECH 2020 because we had planned to spend 5 years trying to change the face of inclusion, diversity among technology industry giants, as well as the tech industry at large. And then 2020 hit and a pandemic rolled upon us. So where are we now, 2 years later? Where are we now with inclusion? Where are we now with technology? Where are we now with ensuring that the least of these get opportunities in every realm? Where we're going to hear from our 2 amazing women leaders. We're going to speak to our hearts and inspire our minds and lift our spirits all at the same time. Congresswoman Barbara Lee and the one and only Angela Rye.
Well, hello, everyone. We are so excited to do our annual conversation, the opening plenary for the Rainbow PUSHTECH 2020 convening. This is our plenary where we get to talk about what's what, where are we, and how are things going. And I would be remiss if we didn't first acknowledge all of the folks who make this happen every single year. Deanna, who is not on camera, but is making sure this session is recorded. Rainbow Push, of course. The Honorable Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson for all of his work over the years at Rainbow Push. Pastor Joseph Bryant, of course, our illustrious guest and my favorite person to talk to about tech issues, and that's Congresswoman Barbara Lee. And last but certainly not least, our dear friend who has since retired, but we would not be having these conversations without his very important work, and that's none other than our good friend, Butch Wing. So Congresswoman Lee, for those of you who might not know this woman, I don't know how that could be the case, but I want to introduce you and reintroduce some of you to someone who has been a mentor to me and a great inspiration to me, one of the hardest working women in Congress. She represents California's 13th district. She serves on the prestigious Budget and Appropriations Committee in the House, and most importantly, because you all know I love a Black fact, she is the highest ranking Black woman in Democratic leadership and serves as the co-chair of the Policy and Steering Committee. She also still co-chairs the CBC's tech efforts called CBC Tech 2020. So Congresswoman Lee, how are you? It's so good to see you.
I'm great. It's good to see you. And Angela, we still miss you on the Hill, you know, even though it's been a few years. But you certainly set the course for us to be where we are now. So I'm glad to see you. Really proud of everything that you're doing and keep.
Are you going to scream if I tell you it's been 10 years?
I am going to scream.
I said that, and I was like, wait. Last year, it's like the CBC celebrating its 50th anniversary. I was there when they were celebrating its 40th. So really, it's been 11.
Oh God, time marches on.
That's so crazy. So yes, here we are on the other side of a decade. And I've been loving you that long and trying to make sure that I not only make you proud, but I listen to what your marching orders are, especially, Congresswoman, when we're talking about the tech industry. This year is no different. We're now on the other side of a pandemic. Our community experienced really a triple pandemic around racial injustice, certainly COVID, and of course, the economic impact that all of that's had on us. So I want to start first with something that's hard hitting that some of the sponsors might not like, but I think we have to talk about it. And that is when you look at where we are in DE&I efforts in the tech industry, Congresswoman, what grade would you give the industry right now?
Oh, probably a D-. And I have to tell you, we're really not on the other side of COVID yet, Angela.
That's true.
These new variants are not good. And I'm sitting here not around anyone, but whenever I'm out, even outside, I keep my mask on because I travel a lot on airplanes. I was recently in Eastern Europe, in Barbados. I go back and forth, California, DC, all over the world. And we don't know. It's so new, it's so novel. So please be careful out there because I serve on the Appropriations Committee, the committee that funds the CDC. So I'm able to see the data and the information and what's happening with the variants. So it's not over. So just be careful.
You're right. And I'm not acting like it's over, just in case you were concerned. I am masking up and double masking on the plane because people aren't wearing the mask anymore. So you're right. I stand corrected.
Yeah,
D-.
But I still think a D-. Yeah. And I think we saw what happened during COVID, really. A lot of the setbacks, a lot of the gaps that were there. We saw, and let me just give you a couple of statistics. In California, especially with our children, 1 in 5 California households with K through 12 students don't have the internet access needed for virtual school. And so the economic issues became, and the racial issues and the equity issues became very apparent because I say the tech sector should have been ready. I mean, I believe the tech sector we should have done broadband everywhere for everybody in every community throughout the country. The resources are there to do it. So why do we have to scramble and beg and fight to do that? And so I don't think we've made a lot of progress. We've made some, but not a lot.
Okay, so when you consider, you're talking about a D-, I'm gonna double down on this. We're gonna get the hard-hitting stuff out the way. Okay. But one of the things that we saw right after the death of George Floyd, so of course that's in almost 2 years now. We'll be commemorating that anniversary in just a week or so. $50 billion made in commitments by companies all over the country, and the tech industry was no different. More than $1 billion was pledged towards racial and social justice causes a little over a month after George Floyd was murdered. And you look at Apple, $100 million, Amazon was 18.5, Microsoft was a little over 209 million. PayPal, who we work with quite a bit, was at 535 million. When you look at some of those efforts, Congresswoman, do you think that they've been sustained? Did people follow through? Did these companies follow through on the commitments made? What would you like to see be different?
Yeah, no, and I'm not saying that these efforts and these investments aren't important. They really are. But remember, we've got to make up for the past gaps and damage that has been done by the tech sector being in many communities missing in action. And so $50 billion, billion, right? Not million, but
$50 billion from industries everywhere. It was $1 billion from tech specifically a month after George Floyd.
Okay. And that, I think, spurred what it opened up what the issues are. But again, I think that these investments are good, but the reason I say a D- because it should have been triple that and should take into account the repairing of the damage of the past, the catch up that has to happen as it relates to the African American community, which means a heck of a lot should be invested in K through 12. Every community should have had broadband immediately. I mean, we shouldn't have had to wait. It's still in my district, still in many districts, we have the lack of access to the internet for our young people. And so I don't know if it's being sustained or not, because I don't see a lot of movement. And so we need more investments, but we also need some structural change. And that goes back to Tech 2025 now, where we need to have African Americans in the C-suites and the boards and as employees and contracting with the tech sector. And again, some companies are doing better than others. But by now, 2022, we should have almost caught up. There should be some parity. And I don't see that parity out there yet. I don't know, you may see it. I don't know, Reverend Jackson may see it. And I just want to take a moment to say hello to Reverend Jackson and salute him, because if it weren't for him and Rainbow Push, we wouldn't even be able to have this push right now. And so, we've got to be optimistic that we're going to do something. But I think that it's a drop in the bucket, given the consumer base and given the African-American community and our use of technology. It's a heck of they need to do more.
It's so interesting too, Ms. Lee, to hear you talk about a drop in the bucket. And the reason I raised that is one of the things that was astonishing to me. I remember seeing all of the multi-million-dollar commitments as they were coming out. And I was so surprised. I was like, why did it take George Floyd dying on camera for so long to get that kind of a commitment? But also I was like, wow, these are really sizable commitments, until I started reading about how much money a lot of companies, not just in tech, spend on advertising campaigns, right?
Yeah.
So
they spend on advertising campaigns, but I'd like to see how much they're spending with Black communication and advertising firms. I really would.
Mhm.
I know a couple in this space and they tell me it's not equitable, but they're spending some. So yeah, but look at their profits and look at what money they make, their bottom lines. It's $1 trillion industry. And so there's a lot more, I think, that can be done, and we've got to push them to do more. And that doesn't take away from what they're doing now, but it's got to be more. And we've got to invest in Black-owned businesses, because they contract a lot of money, and suppliers, so their diversity portfolio in terms of suppliers is not what it should be when it comes to Black companies.
How concerned are you? Now we see, we absolutely want to celebrate the historic accomplishment of Ketanji Brown Jackson, now of course joining the Supreme Court, but the slate of cases that she's going to have to weigh in on will include things like getting rid of affirmative action policy, dialing back, civil rights victories that have been hard fought and won for many, many years. Congresswoman, how concerned are you when you think about how important it is, as a former small business owner yourself, a very successful one? How important is it for things like affirmative action policy to ensure that there's long-term equity in doing business with Black contractors in tech?
Well, listen, affirmative action is not really the term used now, but that's what we know it as. We're talking about racial equity.
That's right.
And we're talking about making sure that there's parity. So I think it's paramount, because you see the clock being turned back on every issue. Voting rights, now on reproductive freedom. You're seeing the clock, the erosion of fundamental rights. And so, I hope that the court sees the value of people of color and African Americans in terms of parity and equal opportunity, and yes, affirmative action, racial justice. But looking at this court now as it is, and elections matter, remember,
Yes,
Donald
they
Trump
do.
has 3 of those people on that court, 3 of those justices now. And Black people need to understand those that didn't vote for Hillary Clinton, which 70, 80,000 in one state I know didn't vote because we've done the drill down on it. Then we got Donald Trump. What happened? We got what we got now on the Supreme Court. So yeah, I think all the cases on affirmative action, all the cases on LGBTQ equality issues, all the cases on the environment, labor union issues, all the cases that are going to be coming down, voting rights, we're going to have to pay close attention and start getting ready for, and we've got to organize. We've got to register to vote, organize and vote, because we've got to have people who support affirmative action and racial justice. And those that don't, we don't need to elect. We need to take them out, and elect new people.
And speaking of racial equity and opportunity, we know, of course, it doesn't just apply when we talk about Black contractors in tech or the lack of opportunity for Black contractors in tech. It also applies to who these tech companies are hiring. According to a recent SHRM report, that's Society for Human Resource Management, Google's workforce is now 4.4% Black, compared to 1.9% in 2014. Congresswoman, that number is one that you certainly and Reverend Jackson should be celebrating, because there's a big difference. I know it's not big enough. We're still talking about 4%, but to go from 1.9 to 4.4, I can assure you that wouldn't have happened without you all's efforts. And so I want to know, when you think of that number, what else is missing? Where are they falling short? And why does it take so long for tech companies to just move the needle by a percentage point or two when we talk about its labor force?
About 8 years, right? To go 3 points. Please. Good, nice. I'm glad they did. They're moving in the right direction. But come on, we've got a long way to go to get to parity. And so we've got to do more. And I think part of it has to do with the culture of these tech companies. I know I talked to a lot of employees who would get hired, and within 6 months, they're ready to leave because the culture and the environment is not relevant or, not appropriate and hostile in many respects. And so they've got to deal with the unconscious bias. And I know a lot of these companies, we got them to do the unconscious bias work, right? But they did the work, and then the report stayed on the desk. There was no plans to follow up to address the problems that surface from these unconscious bias sessions. And so it's like follow-up. It's like, what the heck? Let's correct some of these cultural issues within the companies, which a lot of them don't do, some do. And so, moving the needle, okay, but we've got to look at it in many dimensions. And it's about also upward mobility in these companies. It's about who's being promoted. It's so you've got a lot of layers that you've got to deal with. But I think we need to really, and it's hard to tell a company, because a lot of these companies were founded by young white guys. And it's shocking to me, they don't see race, right? And so, oh no, we don't discriminate, we're not racist. Well, okay, but when you deny that race is not a factor, it is a factor, and you're not seeing it, and you're not seeing what's taking place. So we have to somehow break through what unconscious bias is, which means racism in many respects. We don't like to call it that, but that's what it means.
Absolutely. You just hit on the turnover, the lack of retention of Black employees at these tech companies. A lot of folks that we've encountered, Congresswoman, experience an internal, I'll call it a virtual ceiling, to use more of a tech term, and have to move around in the tech industry to advance. There's no direct path to leadership and to that C-suite that you've referenced if they stay internal. What is the best practice that you've seen that works for Black folks to be hired and retained, not just recruited, not just hired, but that third critical step of retained. And then I would say fourth, breaking that virtual ceiling by ensuring that they are promoted, that they advance after they're retained.
Yeah, and that they're paid there, because we have a equity issue also.
Yes.
Many Black employees doing the same work get paid less than their white colleagues.
Yeah.
And so, some like the Rooney Rule, it works in some instances where you have to recruit, and 1 or 2 persons have to be people of color, African Americans. It works sometimes. So I'm not sure about the recruiting. I don't think they're recruiting in a way that makes sense. For example, and there have been some pilots done with HBCUs. One in California. I think you were there, down at Google or Apple, one of the companies in Southern and Northern California. Great programs, but they're not brought to scale. And so these young people have this great experience, and they go back to college, and that's it. And so we need to have these pathways into these tech companies for the young people who have these great opportunities and summers in these special programs and training. And so I'm not sure what we can do, but they've got to understand that I've always said that these companies need to bring in people who've been out there for years working on racial equity within the corporate world to help break down these barriers, because there's so many barriers that may not be seen, so many requirements, so many obstacles to overcome. Whereas if these companies knew clearly what the obstacles were, perhaps it's easy to remove them, but half of them don't even know what they are. And so I think we need more Black outside advisors to these companies who get paid well to come in, and I know several who've done it in other industries, come in and break that up. It's got to be broken up because it's structural, Angela. You just can't tinker around the edges on this. If we're talking about Black employees moving through the ranks, getting promoted, and you're right, they go, most of the time it's the frustration because they don't see a path to promotion. So you got to have these tech companies drilling down at their structure and their systems and their policies and break it up. I mean, they've got to be dismantled. And just like in the broader society, we have to dismantle systems of racism. In the tech sector, they've got to dismantle their corporate systems that are barriers for upward mobility and are barriers for Black people staying in as employees, because there's so many there, and I don't think they know really how to do it.
You know, what's interesting, as you were talking, I was thinking about how many times over we've had this conversation. I think you and I have done this at least 3 years, it might be 4 now. But every year, Congresswoman, if I was talking to you without the camera, this is what I'd say too. But every year, I feel like I can hear the frustration increasing in your own voice, whether we're talking about the lack of parity, the demographics still aren't right, the retention still isn't right, the promotion and the pay still isn't right. When you think about that frustration that many of us feel, and some of us don't have a voice or a platform to be able to express this, what are the things that we can do to support the efforts of the CBC, to support the efforts of Rainbow Push, whether we're inside these tech companies or outside of them, or you struggling in another industry? What can we do to ensure these things change? Because it sounds like the will of the people might be there, but the will of the company hasn't aligned with the will of the people.
Yeah. And that's a very good point, Angela, because we talk about carrots and sticks, and it may be time to use some sticks. And it may be time to look at regulatory reforms. It may be time to mount a real, because some of these companies have federal contracts, and they're supposedly through Executive Order 11246 and other mechanisms that are still in place. We need to be able to utilize those. And I think people on the outside, like yourself and others, need to come up and look at where, because Lord knows we have Congresswoman Waters, and we have some great committee chairs, 6 Black committee chairs right now, and look at some of these sticks and look at what we need to do to develop a movement, a political movement because I think that we have to have some, and until companies understand that someone's looking at them and can use a stick if necessary, if they don't do the right thing for, I still say equal opportunity, then I don't know how much progress we can be made, because it's the same old problems. We'll tinker around the edges. We'll see it like a 1.5% to 4.5% in 7 years. Cool, very good. I love it, but that's not good enough. That's not good enough.
I was thinking too, there's been so much conversation about Elon Musk potentially buying Twitter, that he plans on, taking over the platform, giving Donald Trump his platform back on Twitter, and a number of people on Black Twitter, because that we're not just culture creators, but we're also innovators in a lot of ways. But unfortunately, Black folks have used their innovation writ large to build up and promote these other entities that we don't have any ownership in, including Twitter. So there's been a conversation about a mass exodus. To me, Congresswoman, that is exactly the kind of stick that you're talking about. You mentioned regulatory reform, looking at some of these executive orders where they could be penalized if they're not doing right by the country's people. And certainly the things that you all have done to legislate around these issues. But there seems like there's some other things that people overall can do, being mindful over what products we promote and we utilize our talents to uplift. There are a ton of Black innovators and tech talent that we should be paying attention to, ensuring that those businesses are getting larger and are serving the culture in ways that we support and agree with. One recent acquisition that comes to mind, I don't know if you saw this, but Greenwood Bank, which was named, of course, after the Tulsa race massacre, that area in Tulsa, just recently acquired the Gathering Spot. So it's tech-ish, it's tech adjacent, because there's a fintech company that is buying this company that helps to put on other Black innovators. How important is it from your vantage point to see these kinds of partnerships, these kinds of collaborations, this type of Black innovation in a world where we may not move the needle enough to make it make sense?
Yeah, and it's extremely important, because I always say we've got to do our own thing. But that brings us to angel investors, venture capitalists, and making sure that these companies, our companies, are invested in. And so how do we do that? We have to leverage, all of us, those individuals, those people we know, those people who want to do good, and bring them together with our Black innovators, because they need this. I mean, they can take over this in many communities, but they need the investment. And I think that's another issue that we have to look at, how VCs and where they invest, and what we can do to encourage them in a with tough love kind of strategy to invest in these young people. I mean, I know in my district we have Black Genius Project. I mean, I go to some of these events, the Kapors, and they do some wonderful work with young Black men. And I've been to several of their meetings where these are high school Black boys, right? They have their business cards made. They show me and tell me what they're innovating. And I mean, it's mind-boggling. They're 15, 16, 17 years old, and they're not in jail, right? They're doing it. And so I wish I could just grab them and say, okay, we've got like, $1 million here for you and $1 million there, but I mean, we've got to do that with our young Black innovators and get them the resources and the investments to do this, because I think you're right. I think we can make a major impact in, in this space if in fact we supported and invested in these Black companies, these startups, and these geniuses, because we have so many Black geniuses in this country.
Yeah, we do. As we prepare to end, because I know your time is short and we can't keep you forever, I want to think about forecasting for next year. And when we think about what we're going to be saying in the opening plenary next year, Congresswoman, I'd like for you to just give us your thoughts about where we need to go, whether it's the CBC's initiative, Rainbow Push, if we were all to join forces now, what kind of conversation, when we think about the state of our tech union, will we be having next year?
Well, of course, I'm going to put a plug in for my bill, Computer Science for All. I want that passed and signed into law, which is K through 10. It's what President Obama announced when he was in office, $250 million for the teaching computer science in public schools, K through 12, for low-income communities, Black and brown kids, right? So I want that bill signed into law. I want to be able to say yes, and I have bipartisan support for it, right? Tech sector supporting it, widespread support. So I want the public to get in touch with my office and let me announce this next year that we got that passed, because our young people need that. They need to have access to technology and access to tech education. So that's one thing. But secondly, I hope by next year, I can give you a list of these companies and working with you and Reverend Jackson and have a scorecard. And I'd like to put the word out that we're going to announce this scorecard next year to every company. And we're going to make it public. And we'll talk about it, and Angela, talk to Reverend Jackson and see what you think. But we're going to work on the criteria and the requirements for this scorecard. And we're all going to work like me with Tech 2025, Rainbow Push, everyone in this space. And let's grade every company, the top 10 tech companies. Let's make it public on what we believe, how they're doing. And it's got to be transparent, authentic, factual. And I think we just need to make an announcement to the public.
I love that. And I hope there's a scorecard that comes out and a hearing about the scorecard. And a challenge, because we talked about this $1 billion around George Floyd at the top of this call. All Congresswoman Lee is asking for tech industry is a measly $250 million. You spent more than that on some ad campaigns that have nothing to do with us. So maybe this can be a public-private partnership, and you all can just step up to help fund this to ensure that public school children have access to STEM resources.
Thank you very much.
I'm all in on this. I love this, Congresswoman.
Okay, so let's work on that. Let the word go out.
Well, you know what I'm happy about? We started this conversation. You were like, D-, and now we're going to leave it with a smile. Congresswoman Lee is like, I'm ready to work. Let's do this.
To work. I want to see at least the D- to get up to a C+.
How about
maybe,
that?
or a B.
Challenge.
Okay, let's get to a C+ or a B. I mean, then, we'll really believe there's progress being made. But some companies may be at a C now, but most, I would say overall, I'd give it a D-. Sorry.
No, you shouldn't say sorry. Accountability is what it is. So scorecard might show it might be even worse, but hopefully before the scorecard comes out, y'all get better.
That's right. We're challenging y'all to get an A.
It's a challenge. Congresswoman Lee, thank you so much. It's always a joy to see you. I'm sending you virtual hugs, and here's to shattering that virtual ceiling. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Rainbow Push, thank you as always for having us.
Love you, Reverend.
Love you.
Love you, Angela.
Love you.
Take care of yourself too.
You too.
And remember, COVID's not over. So be careful, be safe. Wear your mask.
I want to thank Congresswoman Barbara Lee and the incomparable Angela Rye for that riveting conversation on Where Are We Now? I'm Rachel Williams, Chief Diversity Officer for the Motley Fool. I am so excited to be back here at PUSHTECH for the 7th year in a row. Wow, it's been quite a journey, and I'm super excited to be here with you all today. We have a wonderful panel coming up next. This one is one of my favorites. It's on my topic, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're going to talk about this work from Silicon Valley and beyond. Our panelists include Dr. Cynthia Overton, who is the Workplace Initiatives Director for Kapor Capital. Also, Janaye Ingram, who is Director of 21st Century Communities and Initiatives at Airbnb. And Bryant Tippens, who is Chief Sustainability Officer and the President of HPE Foundation at Hewlett Packard Enterprise.
Welcome to our discussion, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in Tech from Silicon Valley and beyond. I want to start off by thanking PUSHTECH, Reverend Jesse Jackson, Pastor Joseph Bryant, Butch Wing, and the entire team, both current and retired, for all of their tireless work to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in the tech industry. My name is Cynthia Overton. I'm the Senior Director of Tech Workplace Initiatives at the Kapor Center, which is a racial justice organization dedicated to leveling the playing field in tech. I am so excited to be speaking with two industry veterans today who have really served as fierce advocates for better representation and inclusion throughout the tech industry. We have Janaye Ingram, who is the Director of Community Partner Programs at Airbnb. And we also have Bryant Tippens, who is Chief Sustainability Officer at HPE. So let's go on and get started. I want to first of all just get to know our experts. So Janaye and Brian, both of you have been working in the tech community for a long time. Tell us about your journey and how your work to advance diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging has evolved along the way. So Janaye, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, well, thank you, Cynthia, and it's great to be here with you and Brian. And again, want to acknowledge and thank PUSHTECH, Rainbow Push, Reverend Jackson, Reverend Pastor Bryant, all of the Rainbow Push family. It's always exciting to be with you all, and especially on this topic, which we know obviously is so important. And there is still work to be done. It's interesting to hear you ask me about or say that I'm a veteran. It feels so much like I'm still a novice at this. I joined the tech industry really when I joined Airbnb 5 years ago. And 5 years, saying it feels like a long time, but living it, it feels like a blink. And so I joined from the civil rights community, working to advance civil rights under the traditional heading with National Action Network and the Women's March, and then joined Airbnb. And when I joined Airbnb, I joined at a time when we were dealing with really a crisis. We were dealing with Airbnb while Black. I think the company really understood what a crisis it was and was willing to put forth a huge amount of effort to solving discrimination on our platform. And that is work that is still ongoing. It's work that we're still actively involved in. And I think over the past 5 years, since being with Airbnb, I think we've seen, some improvements as it relates to our own hiring diversity and our internal diversity. We've put some real commitment behind ensuring that our community of hosts and guests is diverse. Again, we put a whole host of energy and programs and policy reforms and revisions within Airbnb to address and prevent discrimination, including launching something known as Project Lighthouse, which we announced in 2020 in partnership with Color of Change and in advisement with a whole host of civil rights and privacy organizations. And we've made some commitments, some additional commitments to address diversity, supplier diversity. We worked with Rainbow Push when we had our IPO in 2020 to ensure that there were a diverse slate of underwriters who were part of that initial public offering, which was something that, I don't want to say was unheard of, but it hadn't been done to the level that it should be. So when I think about the 5 years that I've been in tech, I know that there has been a lot of work that has been done. The reason I'm still in tech is because there's so much more work to do. And I think that that's an acknowledgement that a lot of tech companies have. It's why we continue to engage with Rainbow Push. It's why we continue to do this work around ensuring there is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think if nothing else, the summer of 2020, and then last year in 2021 with Stop AAPI Hate, those moments have really shown us that there is a lot of work to be done. I think we've seen a lot more commitments that companies are making to address racial inequities, both within their product, but also in the world. And I think that that is something that, is far overdue. And so I am really excited about looking forward and seeing what the future holds, how these funds will be used and dispersed. and quite frankly, how we can actualize change for people of color, for Black people, for other marginalized people who are experiencing and using these platforms and products every day. How can we ensure that they're not just users, that they're not just consumers, but that they're creators and that we're leveraging them in that way? So yeah, just really excited to see what's to come and proud of the 5 years that I've spent in tech. And I know Brian has so much more to talk about than me because he definitely has had a longer experience, but it's been great to watch people like him and other leaders in the industry and learn from them and see the work that they're doing to better inform my own practice.
Well, thank you so much. You know, you have such an interesting and important background. I wish that we had more leaders in tech who came from a civil rights background to advance this important work. So thank you so much. Brian, would love to hear more about your background and your work.
Thank you for that. And in the same way that Janaye started, I want to first give a shout out to Reverend Jackson, Pastor Bryant, to Cynthia, to Bush Wing, to all the folks who make this happen and have continued to make this happen over the last many years. It's been a great honor personally in behalf of my company to be involved in PUSHTECH since the inception, whether we were together in person in Silicon Valley or in this virtual format. It's always a pleasure to join. It's always a pleasure to join a virtual stage with Janaye. She was very kind in saying I've got more experience. I think she was trying to say I'm older, is what she was saying. And that's okay, I'll take that.
More knowledge, more wisdom.
There you go. She talked about being feeling like a newbie and a novice at 5 years. I was reflecting on this in preparation for this discussion. I guess I'm probably over 30 years and working in Silicon Valley, working in tech, and many 21 of those with Hewlett Packard Enterprise, but with Intel Corporation before that and some other smaller companies in the Valley. So I've been in this game for quite a while. I was one of those folks who I had a parent who was in technology. My late father was a programmer. Back in those days, before we called them developers or coders, we just called them computer programmers. And so I grew up with technology in the home. And so unlike many of my peers, even in the 1980s and early 1990s, was well into technology. And so I feel like I've been in this game for quite some time. Initially in legal roles and technology roles, have only been in the diversity space as a direct contributor. Well, it's always been part of my focus, certainly increasing diversity in tech. I had the opportunity to serve as our chief diversity officer at HP starting in 2014, 2015 timeframe. And I did that for about 5 years and moved on to now looking after our broader environmental social governance agenda as our chief sustainability officer, which includes lots of social aspects, including some that Janaye mentions, diversity, inclusion, the workforce, it's supplier diversity and the makeup of our supply base. It's how we make investments through our treasury and capital markets and mergers and acquisitions. It's all those aspects of impacting people inside the company, but also the communities where we live and work. And I also have the opportunity right now to look after our foundation, the HPE Foundation. I serve as president of our foundation, our 501c3, that's around making an impact and being a force for good in communities around the world. And so all the things that I continue to do are helping to advance our diversity inclusion journey. And I mentioned we've been in this journey with Rainbow Push since the inception. I recall when Reverend Jackson made his first trip in 2014 to the Silicon Valley, you may recall that they had been there before, some years before, but had changed their attention for a little bit in the 2007, 2008 timeframe. It came back to the Valley, and HP was the first company that they came to on this road show to our shareholder meeting. And I recall Reverend Jackson reading a prepared statement calling on HP specifically, but on the Valley more broadly, to be transparent about the numbers, about their focus on inclusion at all levels inside this tech boom, right? And so much activity took place thereafter. That was the birth of the PUSHTECH movement, but also a lot of companies renewing their focus on diversity and inclusion. So again, up to 30 years in, I've seen a lot of change, a lot just within the 5-7 years. I think we've made lots of good progressive forward movement, but as Janaye said, so much more work to be done. I think we've seen even in the past 5 or 7 years, a series of starts and stops and ups and downs and 2 steps forward, 1 step back, right? And so it's so critically important that we continue to have these discussions like this and continue the critical work that we're all doing to continue to move the needle.
Great, thank you. I've learned so much about you, Brian. So that was a really interesting introduction. So thank you for that. I knew that you've been in the game for a long time. I just did not realize all of the roles that you've had. So very, very interesting. It gives you a very unique perspective.
Official OG status.
official OG status. All right, so as we get into our discussion, I just want to mention that the questions that I ask, I'm really going to be asking you as industry professionals, as opposed to, your work within your own role. I know that you've got contacts throughout the tech industry, you speak with your colleagues. And so I'm really interested in terms of your perspectives on diversity, equity, and inclusion in tech when it comes to the larger industry. So, it seems as though so much has been done to change the face of technology when it comes to workplace and inclusion. I really would love to know your perspectives on what has the industry gotten right and where do we still need to work?
We're at PUSHTECH, and one of the big things, and I think about this often, one of the game-changing moments was tech companies being held accountable for their actual diversity. I remember when the original diversity report started coming out, and I know that Reverend Jackson had been, and Rainbow Push had been at the forefront of saying, we want to see your diversity numbers. We want to see how many people in your company make up, these communities that aren't typically or haven't typically been at the table. And I remember how shocking it was for people to learn, the very small numbers, quite frankly, of diversity within corporate entities, tech entities. And that for me, I think has been a game changer. Being transparent for companies means that you're held accountable. It means that there's some record that people can say, yes, you're improving. No, you're not improving. You're doing worse. You're staying the same. It really allows, organizations like Rainbow Push to come to the table and say, this is what you need to be doing to increase that. I know you asked us to talk more generally about the industry. I will say, of late, there's been a lot of conversations around civil rights audits or racial equity audits, and Airbnb led what is believed to be one of the first civil rights audits back in 2016. That is another game-changing opportunity. I think, you've seen with Facebook, they created, a whole new team that's focused on civil rights. Airbnb had been doing that as well. A lot of other organizations and companies are starting to look at racial equity audits or civil rights audits as a mechanism to see all of the aspects of how, diversity, inclusion, equity are being played out on their within their product. And that includes, hiring and retention and pay equity and all of those things. And so I think that's another game changer that is really a topic du jour. A lot of, again, a lot of companies are being asked to look to do this type of work. It goes back to my original point around transparency and accountability and being able to say, here's where we're seeing problems, here's where we're seeing opportunities, here's how we're going to address, the opportunities that are in front of us. I think when it comes to the opportunity, I would also say, I think the racial equity / civil rights audit is a place where it will be interesting to see how many additional companies engage in this type of practice. Having done it, having been through it, I will say that it is all encompassing, and it is something that really allows you to peel back the layers and really understand the implications that policies are having, that your product may have, whether intended or unintended, and allows you to address it. So that would be my perspective. Again, I am not someone who has directly done our diversity and inclusion work, but am engaged in it through a whole host of parts of my portfolio. So I've not been the the head D&I officer like Brian has, so he may have some different insights. But yeah, I think those two things are really, for me, game changers.
Yeah, and I think that it's really important, Janaye, that we have folks who, as I said before, come with your perspective and background across the company. If everything lived in DE&I, then it wouldn't kind of, cut across the organization. So just because you don't have a formal role doesn't mean that your work is any less important, right?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I agree, and I think I was more so recognizing that there's a sort of an HR function that allows you to have a different perspective. But I agree. I think there's a benefit, and maybe this is another thing that we want to talk about in terms of things that companies have done right. I know I mentioned Roy's position over at Facebook. I mean, position like mine is not necessarily something that exists at every tech company, but I do think there are tech companies who are embracing this idea of having people with civil rights backgrounds and or just people who are thinking about diversity and equity from a different lens rather than just from the traditional HR function of like hiring and retention.
And I will say, though, as the lone person who is sitting safely in a nonprofit organization and not working and getting a check from the tech company industry, I will say that I have, very serious concerns in terms of D&I living in HR, in terms of what is the role of HR for most organizations, right? It's to protect the company. And I think that there's definitely opportunity for partnership there. But I get nervous when I think about potential conflicts of interest when it comes to D&I living in HR. But Brian, do you want to talk a little bit about what tech is doing well, what needs to be improved, and feel free to tear down my arguments. This is just outside stirring up stuff.
No, I agree with everything that the two of you just said, and I wish I had a notepad so I can compartmentalize, because I want to touch on everything you said around transparency, around the role of the D&I leader, around the expansion of the responsibilities beyond HR, and where we go from here. So if I lose that track, please remind me. Transparency, I agree, that's something that we've definitely done well. And it goes back to what I talked about, Reverend Jackson, Rainbow Push, and others, the media outlets, San Jose Mercury News, Wall Street Journal, the work that a lot of the media outlets were doing to put focus on the lack of diversity in the industry back in the 2014 timeframe. That started great momentum around disclosure, right? Reverend Jackson always talks about sunlight being a powerful disinfectant, or I talk about in a business context, what gets measured gets done. And so you have to have that level of transparency to be able to kind of set the bar as to where we are now, identify the problem, but then importantly, identify what we're going to do to improve over time. So even just that was a major move. The disclosure of whether it was your EEO-1 form in the US or some more granular demographics, that had not been done before. Other than a small handful of bigger, more mature tech companies, no one had disclosed. And so all this disclosure and transparency that you see in the last several years really started at that inflection point, and that was massive because that started activity and started a lot of focus. I will say, just as a side note, as we talk about what gets done wrong, there's a lot of danger in focusing too much on the numbers. You have to focus on the numbers because, again, what gets measured gets done. Any critical attribute to a business is going to get measured. We're going to measure sales and marketing. We're going to measure new markets. We're going to measure product innovation. You have to measure, but you can put so much focus, and I think the Valley did this early on, so much focus on the numbers, it was to the detriment of everything else. We have to put out a report. And if we don't hit the numbers next quarter, we're going to miss. It was all about red, yellows, and greens on a scorecard, and that's important. But if you don't focus on the environment of inclusion within the four walls of your company, then make diverse talent want to come to your company and stay there, then you haven't done anything. Numbers will be up and down. And so I think there's danger in that. And we need to focus more on the broad environment beyond just the numbers. But having the numbers is important. I'd say that at first. And then second, what has been done really well is that transparency around numbers first led to this new wave of hiring of these diverse officers inside companies, or initially in HR and corporate affairs functions. I recall sitting in Palo Alto at HP headquarters a few years ago when we hosted PUSHTECH there in person, and Pastor Bryant was moderating, and we had someone come in and moderate a panel of chief diversity officers. I can't remember who asked this question, but the question was asked, identify yourself and your role inside your company. How long have you been in the chief diversity officer seat, and how long has the role existed? And it went down the list, and everybody's like, yeah, I've been with the company for 8 months, and the chief diversity officer role has existed for 8 months. I've been with the company for a year, and the role has existed for about 6 months. And you got the takeaway from this: person by person by person was brand new in role, and the role was new to their companies. That's not a bad thing. The fact that that was happening was good, and we've seen continued momentum in the space, and that's great. So I'd say that's another positive, is the institution of diversity offices inside these companies across Silicon Valley. The third and more important piece is, just to Janaye's point, this is only successful if you've got advocates and accountability far outside the realm of HR and the chief diversity officer. Having empowered diversity officers is critically important, and we love and applaud all of them, but they can't do all this themselves. And a true commitment to inclusion and diversity can't just live within the purview of an HR function in a silo. We've got to move to that accountability, which is driving what we're seeing now, more and more companies tying things like senior executive compensation to meeting accountability around diversity and inclusion goals. You have to have champions all over the business. The folks who are making the hiring decisions are working with customers or investors. And so that's a positive as well. I'd say, if anything that we have done, I don't think we've done wrong, but we've been a victim of, it's just a series of starts and stops. So like I said before, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. If Janaye talked about the summer of 2020, if we look at, probably never had there been more diversity commitments made by companies than in the wake of George Floyd, the unfortunate murder of George Floyd, where literally billions of dollars were committed by companies to diversity and inclusion initiatives, whether it was investment in scholarships in historically Black colleges and universities, or we're going to invest in more senior leaders. And I would offer that many of those commitments haven't come to fruition, right? You have a series of starts and stops. We had probably our biggest year in terms of African Americans being appointed to corporate boards of directors in Fortune 500s in 2020, and then 2021, it took a little bit of a step back. And so we can't take our foot off the gas. All the things we've done so far have been for the positive. We just can't lessen that pressure internally and externally to keep moving forward.
So, I really appreciate so much of what you just said. One of the things that really stood out was the danger in focusing on the numbers. I think that people who are on the outside, that's all that is visible, right? What are the numbers? And I think that people on the outside don't understand what's happening on the inside in terms of the efforts. And to your point, you have to be able to focus on inclusion, because if you don't, or you have to give attention to inclusion, because if you don't, you'll just see, the revolving door in terms of people coming and going. So just because the numbers aren't that great doesn't mean that progress isn't being made. You have to be able to focus on the inclusion piece for the retention part. I will say, though, that the Kapor Center just released a report on the state of the Black tech workforce. And, the numbers really, and I know you just said don't focus on the numbers, but it just still seems so disheartening in terms of what they found. Between 2014, when we talked about so much movement going on, and 2021, when we think about technical roles in large tech companies, so I'm only talking about technical roles in large tech companies, we've only seen like a 1% increase in Black talent. And also, when we think about, board diversity, 4.4% of board roles go to Black folks, 3.7% are in technical roles, 4% are in Black leadership, or of Black folks are in leadership roles. And we also see, pay disparities when it comes to Black folks in the tech industry. And I think that, Janaye, this kind of goes back to your work. Where I'm going here is, we have what's happening in tech, but then we have a broader societal issue, right? We are living in a society that has a legacy of race-based laws, practices, and policies that have served to disadvantage certain populations. I'm just going to say Black folks, Latinx, disadvantage certain populations. And so my question is for you both is, just thinking about to what extent do these social issues that tech may not have created, to what extent do we see them in both the tech workplace and the workplace in general? And is there recognition of that and efforts to address? And I mean, I think that we kind of saw some of that with the Great Awakening when folks were like, oh, well, maybe racism still is a problem after, the tragic death of George Floyd. But just really wondering what your thoughts are in terms of thinking about the broader society and the legacy that we're dealing with, and the efforts to silence the legacy in terms of the critiques of critical race theory, which all it's really saying is, we didn't get here by accident. What are your thoughts in terms of how that fits in the whole diversity, equity, and inclusion conversation?
In terms of, you mentioned the societal issues that we see obviously continue to play out in the world, and it feels like if we are at a real reckoning point. We are seeing this play out constantly. You mentioned critical race theory. It feels like every day we're having this dialogue about whether we should be talking about and acknowledging the very real issues that Black people have experienced in this country, and some people not wanting to acknowledge it because it makes them uncomfortable, or we don't want to guilt people in certain states, or there are all of these issues that are playing out, that we see playing out. I would say tech and tech companies are a sampling of what happens in the world. When I talked about Airbnb while Black, discrimination existed in the world. Our tech company was experiencing something that was happening in the world. And I think that that's no different than what tech broadly deals with on a day-to-day basis, which is you're bringing people together, whether that's in the workplace or, on platforms like ours, where we're bringing people together in the real world. And those things that exist in society are going to exist in that smaller microcosm of the tech company or of, the community of folks that you're bringing together. And so, I think in terms of how do tech companies contend with it, this answer for me is a little bit harder to answer, because I think it really varies depending on tech companies. You have some tech companies who take very different approaches, which, look different than what I might want to have happen. I think for a company like Airbnb, we've established what type of community we want to be. And we've been very clear about what type of community we want to be. And we've removed people who were staying and going to Charlottesville. Not every company will do something like that. These are business decisions too, right? Because we're saying we're not allowing people who would want to go to Charlottesville or other types of hate demonstrations and white supremacy demonstrations to be part of our platform. And so I think, this is where it gets a little bit more nuanced. And I think the approaches look different depending on the company. I am proud to say that I work for a company that aligns with my values, and we wouldn't tolerate that type of behavior, but not every company has that. And I think this is where the external pressure comes into play, right? Like, I am someone who comes from the external realm, if you will. I was the civil rights activist who was advocating for certain things within a corporate structure. And I think this is a little bit where the external activists and advocates and organizations like Rainbow Push come into play to monitor what are companies doing. Are they honoring what they're saying? How are they responding to these societal issues? Is it in line with what they say they're telling us they want to do? And I think that level of partnership really matters when it comes to addressing the societal issues that you see play out.
Yeah, and I do want to just also say that I feel so privileged to be able to have this conversation with both of you, because quite frankly, there are people in other tech companies who would not be able to talk about issues related to race the way that you are. So I think that other people have these feelings, but they are not in the position to speak about them. So I think that that says a lot about your organization in terms of the whole issue related to transparency. Brian, did you want to chime in on this at all?
Yeah, just to echo everything Janaye said, and just the concept of tech being sort of a microcosm and reflecting all these broader societal issues in terms of kind of looking internally. And we talked about all the progress that's been made. I think we're seeing a bit of the pushback, blowback now in tech companies where there's so much focus, increased heightened focus on inclusion of women and ethnic minorities and persons with disabilities and LGBTQI plus communities, right? These historically marginalized communities where if I'm a straight older white male, I'm saying, well, what's in it for me? And where we're hearing that a lot, you're only going to promote, you're only going to focus on those minority groups, right? And so that's led to a bit of a pushback internal to a lot of the tech companies. I think we see that now, despite all the progress that we've made. You can't look in the paper without seeing some mention of just hostile workplaces or racist overtones inside some of the big tech employers. And so that's one thing. I think that's just tech reflecting what's going on in the broader society. And then as I think about the future of technology and where we're heading, I think the fact that we in the tech, when we think about pipeline and future employment, reflect a lot of the disparities in education and availability of technology access that the broader society does, right? And I'm working in office today, right? But that's a new thing. So many of us have spent the last 2 years working from home, and when COVID hit and none of us knew how long it was going to take, we also sent students home to go study from home and get on their laptops and internet connections to do their lessons. Well, oh wow, many of these black and brown communities didn't have internet connectivity at home and laptops to go work on. And that, shine a light on the lack of technology access in many of our communities, and that impacts the ability to kind of build a pipeline of diversity into tech. And one of the reasons why the numbers, as you mentioned, Cynthia, aren't as good as we thought they'd be by now is we just don't have that existing pipeline. There are certain disciplines you can learn in a coding academy or through online resources to help many of us get into developmental roles, but there's still plenty of other roles that need that education in data science and computer engineering and computer programming that we haven't seen. And so all that to say is if we're not careful and kind of fighting some of these broad societal issues, we're going to lose even more ground in the future.
Yeah, and I think
sorry, I just wanted to add really quickly onto that, because I think Brian just made a really important point, right? Like, again, what we see in tech is just a microcosm of what's reflected in society. And when it comes to creating that pipeline, what we see in society not being addressed, the inequities that exist not being addressed, manifest in how people are able to get into this pipeline. I will say, there's a part of me that feels like this is where we have to want companies to be a little bit more radical, and not to say that they completely throw out the rule book when it comes to hiring, but it is about thinking outside of the box and creating those alternative pathways into the company that allow people who may not have been the traditional pipeline come into this company. And it also exposes people within the company who maybe have had somewhat traditional views about how to get into tech to see and experience people who didn't go that route. And so I think that also creates an opportunity on both ends. And I know that there are companies who are thinking about that, who are creating programs that really allow people to enter through non-traditional pathways. But I think that's something that we should see more of.
Well, and I think you're being very modest. I know that the Kapor Center has a partnership or works with Airbnb on that very issue. And I also just want to mention that the Kapor Center has the Leaky Tech Pipeline Report and Framework, which really addresses a lot of what both you, Janaye, and Brian are talking about when it comes to leaks in the pipeline, opportunities that kids of color or the lack thereof that some have very early on when you think about K through 12 education, access to resources, as Brian was saying, internet, quality of teachers, funding, access to AP courses. And so I think that you're spot on just in terms of thinking about what are some of the non-traditional routes into the tech industry so that we can make sure that there's opportunity available for everybody. It's not just about the kids who end up at MIT or Stanford or Berkeley, so that more people can have a chance. Brian, were you about to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to finish a thought that I realized I started and didn't completely finish as I talked about the blowback and us in tech seeing the effects of those broader societal concerns where you've got so much focus on marginalized groups, it takes the focus away from others. I would say I get that and I understand that, and on a visceral level, it makes sense. And I think that's why it's so important for companies, as we talked about how we must focus on the numbers, but not only the numbers. We want to focus on that environment and reinforce the message that there's something in this for all of us. We all benefit, right? It's not around about focusing only on one group to the detriment of others. It's around kind of, as Damian Hooper Campbell says, I'm not trying to shrink the table, I'm trying to extend the table so everybody could eat, something like that, right? It's around ensuring you've got that message of inclusion, that there's something in it for all. That's it.
Yeah, no, very, very nice. Okay, so let's shift a bit to how we work, and Brian was kind of alluding to this in terms of he's back in the office now. You know, how we work has really evolved over the past few years with the pandemic and the shift to working remotely. So would love to get your thought, your take on how this evolution has impacted people of color in the tech workforce. You know, what's helped in terms of working remotely, and what you know has been tough, and what are your thoughts in terms of a post-pandemic future?
Is that even a real thing, a post-pandemic future?
I don't know.
There's so much of me that's like, I think we're stuck with it forever. Not that we'll be at pandemic level, hopefully, but COVID is not going anywhere, much to my chagrin. So in any case, you know, when I think about the pandemic and personally what it has meant for me, I did not ever want to move to San Francisco. I did at the beginning of 2020 and ended up coming back to New Jersey where my family is 3 weeks later and never went back to San Francisco. And I know that is the situation for a lot of people that at least I've talked to over the years. You know, the idea that someone whose center of gravity would be somewhere other than San Francisco or Silicon Valley would have to up and relocate and move their whole life and be away from their family. And when we talk about some of the you know, some of what has impacted people of color and the reliance of family, the dependence on each other, the interdependence, just because of the way society has treated us for so long, and the structure that sort of underpins how we exist in this world. We know that that's not always sometimes a choice that people can make, leaving, you know, their family structure behind when they're supporting their family structure in numerous ways and going off to San Francisco or Silicon Valley to live. So I think from that perspective, being in a remote sort of work environment has really created a whole host of opportunity for people who maybe couldn't make that transition from wherever they lived to, you know, the Silicon Valley, the heart of where tech was. We also have seen, and I'm sure Brian will talk more about this, so I don't want to steal his thunder, but we've also seen tech itself say, hey, do we actually need to be here in Silicon Valley and in the Bay Area? Like maybe we can be headquartered elsewhere. And so I think, again, it's opened up a lot of opportunity for people outside of this one particular area to say, I can actually work in tech and not have to move and uproot my whole life and maybe disrupt, you know, my children and their schooling or the people who support me as I'm caring for my children. So it gives us a whole new level of engagement. I do think one drawback is potentially the fact that we're not having that FaceTime. And so specifically, you know, I think about and I hear about young tech professionals, young Black tech professionals who are saying, you know, how do I get FaceTime with my leader? How do I figure out how to make myself stand out, right? We're already dealing with challenges where maybe we feel like, you know, we're dealing with some imposter syndrome, or we don't feel like we've been able to really cement who we are to our higher ups. How do I do that in a now digital environment where it seems like everyone is sort of going back to back in meetings? And so I think that that's a challenge that we have to really pay attention to, ensuring that we're being thoughtful around how we're engaging with employees who may, have already been marginalized, or who may have non-traditional entries into tech, or who just, quite frankly, don't often have that face time with their leaders, to make sure that we're creating those avenues of opportunity for upward mobility.
And that's a real concern for folks who are transitioning into tech, and this is their first job. I mean, we're talking about folks who don't know what it's like to be face to face with colleagues. So whereas, you've had all these years of experience in the workplace, and you might be like, yep, I'm good, I've experienced it. You have a whole group of folks who really at least just want to know what it's like. Brian, any thoughts in terms of how we're working?
I think if there's any call to action that comes out of this for all the folks who are watching this, it's just that, is to think about, as you're thinking about your return back to the office, whether you as an individual need to be back in the office, think about yourself, your own family situation, your work styles, but also think about your peers, particularly that next generation of new team members who are coming in. What's the impact of your presence in the office on those folks who need that camaraderie, who need even just to see you at the salad bar for the power of role model, right? It doesn't mean we all have to go rushing back in, but just think about the impacts, because I think that's very valid. We're talking about a lot of folks, as we're trying to get more diversity into technology, folks for whom it's not just their first time in tech, it may be their first grown-up job, and they don't know the rules of the road, and mommy and daddy didn't work in these types of environments. Who do I go to learn those dynamics? And I'm coming in with the imposter syndrome. There's a powerful power of influence just to see others who look like me in senior roles, that I know that my career aspirations can be met. So I've got to think about that as we think about that return to the office. And so it doesn't mean we all have to go back to the office. We have to think about how we can replace that experience in virtual, for whether it's things like this PUSHTECH conference where we see communities of color, or other things we could do deliberately, working with employee resource groups through virtual coffee chats, happy hours, whatever it is. We have to think about how we replace that important dynamic. With that said, I agree with Janaye, we're not all going back. I don't think we're ever going to get the day. You talked about the old normal, the new normal. That's an overused term. I think about kind of the next normal, where things just look like the next. It's not like it used to be. We're not going back. Some will come into the office because they need to for collaboration or camaraderie, or because of compulsory. Some companies will mandate that team members come back, but I think the vast majority of tech companies won't, which creates incredible opportunity for us to bring in a broader pipeline and technology. The Valley had, for all the wonderful things about the Valley, had some limitations in terms of price and diversity and inclusion. It may not have been viewed by all as the most welcoming of environments to bring in young, diverse folks. And so now that we can cast a broader net, I think that will lead to perception and realities around increased diversity in workforces. And indeed, to Janaye's point, that was something that we as a company thought about as we made the tough decision to move our corporate headquarters from Palo Alto, from San Jose to Houston, Texas. And that's a big darn deal for a company with the names Hewlett and Packard. And HP was the founding of the Silicon Valley in a garage in Palo Alto on Addison Avenue in 1939, and the Valley very much grew around. So there's so much history and culture tied to our presence in the Valley. So we've thought about our future and our expansion, and importantly, the ability to hire a diverse workforce. This area brought more benefits being able to do that than Palo Alto did. Totally enjoyed our time there. We still maintain technology centers. We'll always have a presence in the Valley, but part of our logic around locating the corporate headquarters here was the diverse pipeline that we get from University of Houston and Texas Southern and all the universities here, and the lower cost of living that makes it easier to bring in a diverse workforce. And we're not alone in this. You see many big tech brands that are rethinking their presence in the Valley. So that's not at all to be negative on the Valley. It's the spirit of innovation, the center of innovation. But as we think about diversifying the industry, taking a broader view and leveraging the power of work from home or diverse work environments really helps that out.
Thank you. Okay, we talked earlier about board diversity, getting more people of color on boards. Very quickly, because we are running out of time, do you have any advice for professionals who are board ready? They have the expertise and the experience, they need the opportunity. Any advice when it comes to getting people on corporate boards?
So I'll say a couple.
Go ahead, Brian. Yes.
Yeah. All right. I love this topic. There was certainly a time, not that long ago, where to be considered for a corporate board of directors, the ideal pedigree was a current or former CEO or CFO of a publicly traded company, which limited the pool, and it made it not a very homogeneous group, right, of folks. and we didn't usually fit in that as ethnic minorities. And so that the scope has broadened considerably over the last several years, not just for reasons of diversity, but companies realizing that there was different points of view that added value on a board, whether it's from HR or retail space, or so more voices have value at that board table, which opens up opportunities. So I say one thing for us all to be thinking about is whether you think you are board ready or not, you may be more board ready than you think you are and have something to offer. So that's one thing. The second thing I would just say is to let it be known. You know, no one's going to come after you and grab you for a board, or sometimes that'll happen by virtue of the seat you sit in, but usually it's because you've let it be known to your networks, to decision makers, that this is something you're interested in and working towards. And the last thing I'd say is, as you're working towards, you've got to put in some work, right? There's many different initiatives out there, whether it's through NACD, National Association of Corporate Directors, where you can get corporate coursework and kind of begin to distinguish yourself as board ready. But lots of organizations, including many who are focused on ethnic minority populations, like the Executive Leadership Council, the ELC, that has a board readiness component program for African American executives, the LCDA, Latino Corporate Directors Association, just a couple of examples of many organizations out there that provide referrals, provide communities of practice, but importantly, provide learning and development content for those who think that they're ready.
Okay, and I just want to put another organization out there, an organization called Him for Her, which does focus on all women, but they have have a special focus in terms of women of color. So that's another organization for folks to consider. Janaye, did you want to add anything to what Brian offered?
I think Brian offered a lot more. I mean, I'm not on a board, so I can talk about it from the perspective of the conversations that we've had about board diversity within my own company and my past prior days of advocating for more board diversity. I think, just the networking piece is really important. So often it's about when these decisions are being made, it's about who is in the network. Those are the names that are surfaced, and those are the people that are surfaced to companies as they're thinking about diversifying their board. And so how do you make sure your name is among the names that are being thought of and offered? And it's, I think, through the way that Brian mentioned, one, making it known, and just, ensuring that you are board ready through some of the organizations that he mentioned. So that's what I would echo.
Well, I have a long list of questions to ask, but what I do not have is a lot of time. So I think that this is a great place to pause. Janaye, Ingram, Brian Tippens, thank you so much for all of the work that you've done to advance opportunities for people of color in the tech industry. Thank you for all that you will do in the future as well. And of course, thank you for having this conversation. For those of you all who are listening in, we very much appreciate you joining us, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you very much.
Wasn't that amazing? Everything we are hearing and experiencing, my friends, is fantastic. Make sure you tell a friend, ping a friend, send messages out. Make sure that you are hashtagging and that you're engaging with us on social media. Those of you that are watching via Zoom, make sure you hit us up in the chat. We want to talk to you. We want to know what your thoughts are, what your ideas are, what your responses are to some of these amazing nuggets that we're hearing this afternoon, for those of you on the East Coast. And we're just blessed to be together like this. I'm grateful that we could have this conference in this manner, even though we missed the live interaction and being in the same space in convention halls and being at hotels and all of that. There's something unique and really beneficial about being online, because we can be wherever you are. And truly, as we look at diversity, equity, and inclusion, because we've really embraced that as our focal point for this conference, diversity has not only impacted the tech industry, but we continue to see how diversity and inclusion has been a part now for the past few years of various industries. We're moving into what Reverend Jackson calls new markets, bringing about new opportunities and new positions. And a whole lot of industries are now realizing that we're better when there's more of us at the table, more of us engaging, more of us making decisions, more of us having a voice. And so for this next conversation, I'm looking forward to hearing from Del Medina, who's been a part of our conference, and she's the executive director of Black and Brown Founders. I'm excited to hear from Stephanie Prince, who is Executive Director of a program at UC Berkeley that's doing some amazing things in the field of engineering, bringing about diversity through that platform. I'm also just thankful again to be able to hear from Melissa Konkov, who's with Wells Fargo. And Melissa, likewise, she's got both hats covered. She's doing things in diversity, but she's also doing things in technology, as Wells Fargo, a banking industry, is utilizing technology to expand all that they do and all that technology does to benefit us. Let's hear from these fantastic women in leadership who are going to remind us about the power of diversity.
Hello, everybody. My name is Del Medina. I'm the Executive Director of Black and Brown Founders, and I am very lucky to be your moderator today with two amazing women, where we're going to have a great conversation around not just what does diversity, equity, and inclusion look like today, but what are the possibilities and where are the spaces and places where you can learn something, you can implement it, and you can help make change both in your communities, your companies, the people that you're engaging, your business partners, the expectations that you should have for others. So to kick us off, I am going to start in an alphabetical fashion. So Melissa, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself and tell us about your work at Wells Fargo?
Absolutely. I'm Melissa Rose Kankov, and thank you so much for having me. It's my honor to be here today. And about 9 months ago, I decided to make a shift in my career in technology, where previously I was leading a team of application developers within the home mortgage technology arm of Wells Fargo. And this opportunity came up because Wells Fargo has made a commitment to embed DEI in every line of business in the corporation. So the technology line of business specifically stood up the first technology diverse segments representation and inclusion team. And I joined for external partnerships. And I am responsible for the external engagements at conferences and events, making sure that we are representing the brand well, that our values and our visions are well aligned with the organizations that we partner with, working very closely with Gigi Dixon and her team at the enterprise external engagements level. But what we are really focused on is increasing diversity within technology. Historically, we all know that we've kind of been shut out of some of that space. So I'm here to kick the door in and hold it open and get as many people into technology as possible at all levels of their career. And I'm also tasked with increasing our supplier diversity spend. Technology specifically is the largest consumer of all supply chain management and diverse supplier activity at Wells Fargo, our line of business specifically. So I have some really great partners that I'm working with to bring more diverse suppliers to the table, but also to increase the spend that we currently have with the existing diverse suppliers.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for letting us know about your work and the way that you came to this. It's interesting that you came from a technology background, and we'll come back to that later. And next, Stephanie, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself and to talk about your work at Berkeley?
Sure. So my name is Stephanie Baker. I am the Executive Director for the Fung Institute for Engineering Leadership at UC Berkeley and in the College of Engineering. And so I came to UC Berkeley from Stanford. I was at Stanford for 14 years and had an opportunity to really dive deeper into what DEI is around academics and student services. And so my role here at UC Berkeley is to focus in on, our mission is to create inclusive leaders that are able to solve the world's problems through innovation, technology, and collaboration. And so within that, looking at opportunities for DEI, the role that DEI plays in creating inclusive leaders. And so my responsibility here in the Institute is to look at faculty diversity or lecturer diversity within our program, looking at our student capstone projects and making sure that they're diverse. And then also looking at opportunities within our curriculum to integrate more diverse learners and different things like that, different concepts, diverse concepts into the leadership curriculum here at Berkeley. And so that's been really exciting. And then also looking at ways to help make an inclusive environment so that everyone within the team, whether they hold that level of leadership title or not, they're being given opportunities for leadership development. And so looking at ways to create those opportunities as a part of the actual development plan for the staff is also part of the role that I play here.
Great, thank you so much for sharing that. And it's and once again, we'll go back to the technology thing. But what I find interesting about both of you, you're working within very complex institutions and organizations that have many levels, and you're also trying to do this work across many different kind of factors. So there's the human factor, there's the sociological kind of community factor. There's also the goals that you need to meet. Like, how do you both, Stephanie, if you'd be kind enough to start, and then Melissa can finish us. I'm curious, how do you keep track of, and what do your kind of data metrics look like? Like, are you working off of data? Are you working off of, what are some of the tools that you're using? I guess is the question that I have, because these things are complex and they are nuanced.
Yeah, for us, we definitely pay attention to our numbers and the types of students that we're attracting to our program. Because we are a UC university, of course, we're trying to figure out ways to bring more domestic students to our program. So we're always looking at the data. Right now, we are about 72% international. And so we're trying to figure out ways to definitely get more Black and Brown students interested in engineering. And so for us, we began to measure our DEI, looking at our admissions, our recruitment, who we're yielding, but then also not asking the question why the students aren't coming here to UC Berkeley, but what can we do to attract them? And then what programs do we have in place to sustain their success once they arrive here? So it's not necessarily a matrix that we're using, but we're definitely looking at that data and using that data to inform the types of recruitment practices that we have, and then how we are going about hiring our lecturers and faculty.
Fantastic. And I would say, as a Californian and a parent, this to me sounds like, to everybody else out there that's listening to this, that is from California, is a parent of a Black and or Latinx child, like, we should be talking to our children about engineering, and we should be educating them as to opportunities that are out there, and that you are looking for our kids, right? You're looking to engage our kids.
Yeah, definitely. And that's really something that we've been struggling with. We're a master's program. And so when we look at the students and the undergraduate classes that are going into engineering, we don't see a lot of underrepresented minorities in those undergraduate programs. So then when it comes to the master's programs, they're not applying because they haven't been in that undergraduate program. So it's really about stepping back and figuring out, how do we get into K through 12 and start really encouraging those students, educating parents on the different professions that a student can go into with that engineering degree. I mean, look at the amazing pivot that Melissa made, so there's so many opportunities out there, but to really get our students excited about engineering, I think, is where it starts.
Right. And Melissa, I'm curious also about your work. Like, how do you think about data? How do you think about data collection? How do you keep track of meeting the goals that you have? Because once again, you're working in a thousands and thousands of people organization, and you have certain goals that you have.
Wells Fargo is a small city. So just in our technology organization, we have 40,000 employees. Wow. Yeah, it's massive. So we are very heavily data driven. We rely completely on our data. And sometimes we have so much analysis that's happening that we sometimes bring in third parties to assist us with some of that work. And my mind was just going all different kinds of ways when you and Stephanie were just engaging right now, because one thing that we decided to do at Wells Fargo just this past year was, for technology specific roles, particularly entry level and junior roles, we removed the 4-year degree requirement. And that removes a lot of barriers for Brown and Black young people that are interested in pivoting into a career in technology. So now we will take certifications, experience in equivalent to that degree. And that has really opened that door a lot for us. We're seeing a lot more people express interest in the roles that we have. And I'm also very proud to say that we now have a diverse talent pipeline that is also somewhat of an alternative to the standard university program entry point to Wells Fargo. So we are even looking internally into our call centers, our operations centers, into our branch system, and saying who has high technical aptitude, who shows great potential to be a developer, who has these skills specifically that are completely transferable to a career in technology, because there is the business of technology in addition to the technology itself. So there are lots of opportunities, and we measure and review our data quarterly to make sure that we're achieving our goals, quite frankly. And that is to attract the talent, to retain the talent, and to make sure that talent has visibility and mobility and opportunity within the bank.
I love that. And it's funny you should mention that, because many years ago, I suggested that to a CEO at a very well-known company. And I said to him, I said, you do have folks of color that are a part of your company, but so often they do not have the roles that are commensurate with people's ambitions because of who they are and where they came from. You should be training people to code and design and work with you internally.
Yes.
But it doesn't matter whether you are, working, like in your case, as a teller or some sort of other role, that you have the opportunity for advancement and education internally.
That's right.
And he looked at me as if what I had just said was absolutely totally blasphemous. So I'm glad that an organization as large as Wells Fargo has taken this idea and is actually implementing it, because I think it's important to give people opportunity. And what I think is beautiful about the two of you is, like, maybe some of the folks that you're training could go on to go get a master's degree, right? And that Berkeley is there as a resource to be able to get a master's degree. But that's so often our experiences are not linear experiences. Because so often we are the first ones in our family to get those first jobs, to have a steady paycheck. As my grandmother used to say to me all the time, you are very lucky you get to have a clean job.
Yeah.
You get to dress up nicely and go to work. Like, that is a luxury and a privilege, and we're really proud of you, but you should know not everybody gets this chance and privilege. And so it's beautiful that both of you are working within systems and places that are allowing people to be able to have advancement regardless of their background.
And I think, that's such a powerful statement. And I just want to sit on it for 1 second, because what we did recognize as we are looking at these diverse talent pipelines is that we want to care for the whole individual, and we want them to feel like they belong and have a culture and a community within Wells where they can be comfortable being themselves at work. And we have launched several internal groups outside of our employee resource group. We have a Black Executive Council of all of the highest level Black executives, not just within technology, but across Wells Fargo, that meet regularly amongst themselves, but also have the audience of leaders such as the CEO, Charlie Scharf, periodically throughout the year. We also have the Black Collective, where all of the Black leaders across the different lines of businesses at Wells Fargo are coming together to see, what are we doing for our Black customers? What are we doing in the community? What are we doing for our Latin customers? What are we doing in the Latin communities? And one thing that we've adjusted to our diverse talent pipeline is training for the hiring managers to receive this first generation corporate worker that may not have had the warm welcome. We want to make sure that these leaders bringing in this talent care for that talent and understand the nuances culturally of their lived experience. So we don't just say, come, work with us. Now we're saying, hey, hiring manager, here's what our expectations are of you in welcoming this new talent to Wells Fargo.
Yeah, because respect goes a long way, as we all know. So I'm going to switch us a little bit, because one of the things that so often when we're talking about DEI and the importance of it is that I think that there's a lot of myths about DEI. Is there something that you want to debunk or demystify around this? And I'm curious, Stephanie, if maybe you can start us, especially from the point of view that you've had experiences that you've had professionally, but now in this role that you have. Like, is there something that you've always have to debunk and demystify that you want to make sure everybody here listening comes away with?
Yeah, I think, one of the most important things around these DEI initiatives that are popping up everywhere is that we tend to focus on one person leading the charge with the expectation that they're going to come in and bring all these amazing ideas around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then we give them this charge to go off and to make it happen. And what we're really teaching our students here at Berkeley is that DEI has to be a framework that's institutionalized into the fabric of the organization. So while there may be one person in your organization that's driving it, there has to be a commitment at the top to integrate DEI into all of the decisions that are being made, looking at how DEI plays a role in your human resources, your hiring practices, but then also in inventorship opportunities. So when we look at a lot of technology companies, really figuring out the opportunities for entrepreneurship, giving people inside your organization the financial tools that they need to go out and explore new ideas. Because when we have these diverse organizations, you have people coming to the table, not just the surface level diversity of, race, gender, all of those things, but when we start diving deeper to life experiences and the different types of skills that they bring to the table, creating opportunities for think tanks at these organizations is also so important. And so I would say, to leaders out there, especially in the tech world, look at ways to integrate DEI into everything that you do, so that it's not just focused on the hiring practices, because that's what we talk a lot about, and then wanting to make sure that people have a sense of belonging. So we have these days where we celebrate diversity and all of that. Those things are important. We absolutely should do that. But we have to take it a step further to look at ways that we are actually investing in the development of not only our leveraging our staff, but looking at ways to give them opportunities to be innovative. Because sometimes it may be someone that is not high in rank as it relates to a leader, but someone that's on the ground interfacing with those customers on a daily basis that may have an amazing idea, but if there's not a platform that's been created for them to share those ideas with the leadership, then that's an amazing idea that no one will ever hear. And so I think that that's really important when we start talking about DEI, and it's not always the type of DEI framework that's integrated into many of our company, the way that we do business.
Yeah. No, it's really interesting that you're talking about that, it really being a part of everybody's work and everybody's responsibility, that it can't just be on one person. One person could be the one that sets up the system, but the system can't just rely on one person's work. Melissa, I'm curious, what is the thing that you want to debunk or demystify around DEI that you think it's important?
I think it's important for people to understand it's not rocket science. It's really not complicated. Diversity of thought is so important, that you have all these different perspectives come together. So your organization is doing the right thing for everyone. If you're in a room and if you're making important decisions about your product, your programs, your offering, your services, and everyone in the room shares your same thought, or they look exactly like you, then you're going to have a problem. And just expanding your aperture and being more inclusive and looking even at the value of intersectionality. It's very, very important. I was in a meeting recently and a question was raised, and it was a very sincere and thoughtful question, because, people really, I have found, want to lean into this, and a lot of leaders are paying attention, because it's very apparent, especially in the wake of the summer of 2020. There is a palpable shift in this moment. And I think it's important for people not to get hung up on numbers, because people will say, well, how much of my workforce should be, X, Y, or Z? And if you're thinking in numbers, DEI is not in your DNA. So let's focus on getting DEI in your DNA, where you don't have to ask these questions, because when you're in the room, it's so completely diverse, you are covering all aspects. Stephanie had mentioned leadership and giving people this space. And one thing that I'm very happy to note for Wells Fargo particularly is that these DEI outcomes are now tied to executive compensation.
Thank goodness.
So that in itself is a game changer. That's a big game changer, because now everyone's on the hook, right? And then on top of that, we've got real outcomes that we're driving to. We have real goals. And at times they may be lofty, but we have a North Star. So determine, what do you want your organization to look like 5, 10, 20 years from now? And start there.
Yeah, that's a brilliant point. Yes, please.
Nope, that is, what I would say.
No, I love that, because I think that comes in line with the reasons why we're having this conversation. This isn't just let's contextualize. We're having this conversation with and about like civil rights, which is, the reason why Rainbow Push as an organization exists, right? But we're also talking about the realities is that we've had a demographic and generational shift, specifically in California. That's why I've always disliked this word, but I now definitely dislike it. I don't like the word minority, because I think we're minoritized, but we are not a minority. And now that the California has had this shift, we are the new majorities. We are the new leadership. But this is what it's going to continue to look like, in schools, as you were mentioning, Stephanie, like K through 12, it's our kids that are going to public schools. They are the ones that are about the future of the state and frankly, this country. And that as a result of that, having economic integration and having economic opportunity is important, because otherwise we're in economic apartheid, where we're shut out of economic opportunities time and time again. And so making sure that we have systems that take into consideration who we are fully is really important. But, the thing is that both of your work intersects with innovation and technology. But I am curious, like, how does tech play into your DEI? So we talked a little bit about the data part, because I love data. Like, that's a thing that I love. I love numbers. So it's like, but once again, as you mentioned, the numbers are not enough to be able to tell the story, right, Melissa? Like, it's not enough to be able to say like, oh, I have 10% or I have 12%. Like, if the reality is that if those people that are there, like, it doesn't matter what the number is, if they're not staying, if they're not engaging in the work, if you're able to hire, but you're not able to retain or to give leadership opportunities to people, then you have a problem. But I'm curious, from the tech angle, what does tech mean to you and how does tech play into this work? Stephanie, would you be kind enough to start us?
Sure. Yeah. So because I work at an academic institution, we are concerned with educating our leaders on the importance of DEI. And so here in the College of Engineering, you would not typically have an engineer taking a course in organizational behavior or teaming and project management, or even inclusive leadership. And so what we have done to merge technology and DEI, we have in our Leadership Institute, the curriculum helps to inform students of that information. And so, like I said, we have a lot of international students. We have students that understand coding. They know how to do everything related to engineering, but they have not had a lot of experience or coursework on ethics, They have not had a lot of coursework on what it means to be a leader that drives diversity. And so we see it as our responsibility to prepare these students that will then go into and apply to jobs at Wells Fargo and other places, so that they have that framework that they're bringing into those organizations when they apply. And so that's a responsibility that we have taken on here at UC Berkeley, to make sure that we are preparing students to actually go into the work world with a DEI mindset. And I also want to just back up a little bit when we talk about the role that education and DEI play together. I really believe that more conversations have to be had in that K through 12, but specifically high school. So when they're taking those math classes and science classes, I mean, those are opportunities for those teachers to also talk about DEI, because the earlier we can plant that seed in the mind of these students, not only to go into engineering, but to also understand the importance of DEI, I think that we then are preparing a better group of people that can then go into a four-year institution with that mindset, and they will start looking at research and their studies differently. That will also help to shape the way that they think about DEI when they move into those positions within these technology organizations.
Yeah, it's interesting you should say that, because I was having this conversation with a young person, and I was telling them that the beauty about engineering and design is that you live in engineering design, like the table that's holding my computer, the computer. Like when I walk out the street, what does the sidewalk look like? All of these things are both engineering and design. And we are moving along in a world that's been created by these two. And so making sure that we have our folks that are a part of these conversations makes it easier for us to be able to navigate the world, right? But Melissa, I'm curious, like what does tech mean for you and your role, and how does it play with DEI?
So for me, in the technology DSRI team within Wells Fargo, it's layered because we have to care for our diverse talent that we already have in-house. We also need to be able to go out into the community and attract talent externally to Wells and hold on to that talent, as I mentioned before. But we also want to take the knowledge and the expertise that we have in-house to help support small businesses, MDIs, CFDIs, HBCUs and HSIs. We are exploring opportunities where we could help some of these historically underserved communities and organizations to make sure that their foundational technology is in order, share our best practices, help them to know what their product roadmap should be, or what their technology platform roadmap should be, so they can remain competitive, because everything is being digitized. And sometimes some of the technologies that people are leveraging, especially some of these older institutions, the technology is archaic. And we want to make sure that they are equipped and ready, not just from a financial investment, because lots of organizations received massive financial commitments over the past 2 years. But do you know how you should be using that money? Do you know what you should be investing in from a technology perspective? That is what we want to help also throw our support behind from a Wells Fargo technology perspective.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that too, because I recently had a situation where it was a medical thing and they were asking for a fax to be sent. And I was like, how, where, like, do I have to go back in time to the 90s to get a fax? Like, it was like so surprising to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm going to shift us, because I know we're going to be closing soon. I am wondering, as Black women, what is like your number one tip, hack, learning that you want other Black women to come away with from this conversation? Is there something in particular that you know has helped you in having these difficult but needed conversations? Let's just be clear, the leadership that both of you have created for yourselves and are engaging in has required both of you to be really savvy in your workplaces and in your careers. And I'm curious if you could just share with us a little bit about what's like a thing that you know helped you change a conversation or enable you to like get ahead in a way that a lot of people might not know?
I'll start off if you don't
Yes.
mind, because I actually had the same exact conversation with someone that I'm personally mentoring. And my advice to her was be authentic. Don't be afraid of being yourself. It requires a level of vulnerability that may be uncomfortable, but people need to see you, not your role, not the work that you do, but they need to see you personally. And don't be afraid to be transparent, speak your truth, and ask for what it is that you would like to achieve. A lot of times we feel like we have to just forge through it, get through it, and people view asking for help as a weakness, but it's not, it's actually a strength. Surround yourself with people that you admire, and take the best qualities from those people and figure out how to incorporate them into your day-to-day. You know, another thing that I often see is that as women and women of color, particularly in Black women, we don't always go for, when we see an opportunity and we look at the job requirements, and if we don't meet 100%, we don't apply.
Yeah.
And I can tell you other people do not do that. They hit one requirement and they're submitting their resume. And we need to start doing that. We really need to not be afraid to go after it, because you know, sometimes you never know where you're going to land. So take those opportunities for sure.
Stephanie?
Yeah, I would definitely say for me, the lessons that I've learned over the years is that to do your research, know your environment, and don't be afraid to speak up. When you see a gap within your organization, speak up. And most importantly, follow up with an email so that others are not taking credit for your work. So learning to speak up and follow up. And then also understanding that taking chances, and even if you fail, that is not a bad thing. You know, the fact that you fail at something means that you tried, and then it's an opportunity to get back up and to start over and to do it better than you did before. And so I think as African-American women of color, we often don't take those innovative opportunities to bring our ideas to the table. Sometimes we sit back and we wait to hear others' ideas. But I just encourage all women of color to own your voice. We all have a God-given creative mind. And so really own who you are, own what you bring to the table, your diversity. Even if you don't have a degree, you have life experiences, you have skills that you bring to the table that make you a valuable employee to that organization. And so never be ashamed or afraid to bring that to the table boldly. Speak boldly, come to the table boldly, knowing that you are valuable. And then also take some time to tap into what your passions and your values are. You know, when I'm mentoring young women, I'm always asking them, write down your values, write down your passions, then look at the mission of your organization and figure out how you can integrate your passions and values into what that organization is doing. And then go to your supervisor and say, this is what I'd like to do. These are some areas that I see as a gap here within our organization, an opportunity. And because it aligns with my passion and my values, I'd like to step up and take on that responsibility. And so that's one of the things that I've done in my career, just not being afraid to step up. And if I see an opportunity, I'll go for it. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's made me definitely more a person that is able to look at the world through a more diverse lens, because I've taken those opportunities when others have just sat there.
Fantastic. Well, I want to thank both of you for sharing both, you know, your experiences, your work, how you've gone about it, like the things that you know are shifting as a result of your work. But before we go, I am curious, Is there one thing that you know that in this year, by the end of this year, you want to have achieved? And if there's possibly people who are listening or watching this, that they should get in touch with you, what kind of opportunities are you looking for? Who could be a part of the work that you're doing? Stephanie, do you want to start first?
Yeah, so I'm actually teaching a leadership course here at UC Berkeley, and it's called Creating Inclusive Workplaces. And so working with some of the companies here in the Bay Area to just really bring this material to their organization. We talk a lot about what an inclusive workplace looks like. And so in a part of this curriculum, I introduced my 5 pillars of DEI in the workplace, which are acknowledgement, affirmation, agreement, action, and accountability. And so we dive deeper into those 5 pillars to really help leaders understand how to create an inclusive workspace. And so definitely, if there's opportunities where you would like for UC Berkeley to come out and share this coursework with your team, that would be something that we would be more than happy to do.
Great. And Melissa?
I'm actually forging relationships in the tech community. And I have been focused on tech organizations that champion diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I would like to challenge non-diverse organizations to get in now, be present, learn, ask questions. And if you want to share best practices on programming and what has been working well and what has not been working well, reach out to us. We all have to take responsibility for this. It is long overdue. This is something that I hope that we're still not talking about in this specific context in 25 years. If it's not now, then when?
Exactly. Well, with those words of wisdom, I want to say thank you to all the folks at PUSHTECH, to Pastor Bryant, to the whole team who's made this possible, to all the sponsors, volunteers, technical people who allowed us to be a part of this. Thank you so much for doing this. And if people want to follow you and engage with you, is there a way to do that? Melissa, would you let us know?
Absolutely. I am on LinkedIn. Melissa Rose Kankov is my LinkedIn name and my real name. So look me up and I'll be happy to connect.
Great. And Stephanie?
Yes, and I'm also on LinkedIn, Stephanie Denise Baker. And you can also look me up here at UC Berkeley in the College of Engineering.
Fantastic. Well, I'm Del Medina, and you can find me at blackandbrownfounders.co. Well, thank you all for this conversation, and I hope that you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, thank you.
This has been good. This is what we do every year. We make sure you hear from experts who have so much to offer, who have so much to give. And we've got more for you today. Don't go anywhere because I want you to catch the wave. I want you to be a part of the new metaverse as we engage in cryptocurrency and NILs and NFTs and sports and other places. And of course, we're going to end the day going through the White House under the leadership of narrations by none other than President Barack Obama. Don't go anywhere. If you need to get up and take a quick break, now's the time. You can go get up, grab you something to eat, stretch a little bit, take 5 at the most, but please don't go far because even while you're taking a break, we're going to make sure that you can engage in the chat. We're going to have some information there. We're going to put some links there. We're going to put some things on screen because there are several companies that we want you to know about. Unicorns, they've been called, smaller companies that are evolving. Some new companies that are branching out into new ways of using technology in sports and in gaming. And we have some fantastic opportunities to share with you because we want to provide you some chances to learn more about tech yourself. If you want to go into a program to be digitally certified, we've got that. If you want to go into something where you can learn more about how faith and technology can go together. We have Faith Tech, right? So we want you to hang out with us the rest of the day. It's not much more to go, but what's going to happen is going to impact you in a major way. So take a quick breather, grab you something to drink, grab a snack, but stay close because we're going to have stuff going on screen while we're taking our networking break. You can network, run to the restroom, whatever you got to do, just like you would at a conference, but don't go too far because we're coming right back. And get ready for Bitcoin, get ready for NFTs, and get ready for President Obama. It's coming, y'all. It's going to be hot. Stay close.
Hi, I'm Van Jones, and I just want to say something that is obvious, but also quite extraordinary. We would not be where we are in this whole fight for inclusion and fairness and diversity in technology had it not been for the contributions of Reverend Jackson, had it not been for the contributions of PUSHTECH. That seems strange to say, because we talk about Reverend Jackson, you're talking about somebody who made history-making contributions in the 1960s, the decade I was born, history-making contributions in the 1970s, the decade I was a small child in school, history-making contributions in the 1980s when he ran for president twice and basically created the roadmap for President Obama and the delegate counting structure that let Obama prevail over Hillary Clinton. History-making contributions in the 1990s and when it came to standing for peace, in the early 2000s when it came to standing for justice. Decade after decade after decade, you would not therefore assume that someone who was making history in the 1960s would even have the opportunity to make history altering contributions in the past 10 years in the most consequential and important sector of our economy, the tech sector. But that's what Reverend Jackson did. To show you how different things are now than they were before Reverend Jackson came on the scene, went to Silicon Valley, met with the leadership down there. Until very recently, we didn't even know the numbers to begin to understand what was happening in Silicon Valley. Before Reverend Jackson and PUSHTECH, we didn't know how many African Americans there were at Apple. We had no idea. We didn't know how many Latinos or Latinas there were at Facebook. No idea. We had no idea how many women there were at Google. These were not numbers that were being shared. There was no real pressure for the numbers to be made transparent. Reverend Jackson had enough sense to know you can't move a number if you can't measure the number. How are we going to make progress if we don't know where we are? And so in addition to all the other things that Reverend Jackson and PUSHTECH did, simply going and getting people to do the count, to share the numbers, to share the math, has created the entire context in which every other diversity and inclusion initiative rests. Every diversity and inclusion hire that's been made to advance this agenda sits inside of that context, sits on top of that achievement. The entire conversation is happening on the shoulders of Reverend Jackson. And that's not new, and it shouldn't be surprising, but decade after decade, Reverend Jackson continues to, I think, surprise the world with his prescience, with his ability to understand what is next, where is the next set of opportunities. He saw Silicon Valley as kind of the next lunch counter for him to go and with his peers, pull up a chair and say, hey, what's going on here? And even though Reverend Jackson wasn't a part of the sit-in movement, he was a part of a generation that knew what it meant to have a seat at the table. And as a result of him, we have a seat at the table in Silicon Valley. It's not big enough and we don't have enough of them, but we have a seat. And I can just say, as somebody who has followed Reverend Jackson my entire life, I was born in 1968. We can't even imagine what America would have been like without him. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Between 1968, where they killed Dr. King, and 2008, when they elected Barack Obama president, that was 40 years in the wilderness for justice, 40 years in the wilderness for dignity, 40 years in the wilderness for our fight, for our struggle. And you cannot have a span that long without having a very powerful center post. Reverend Jesse Jackson was that center post for us through the 60s, through the 70s, through the 80s and the 90s, getting us to where we are today. And we still rely on that center post. We still rely on those broad shoulders. And I'm proud, as one of the founders of Yes We Code, along with Prince Rogers Nelson. And I'm proud to still be a part of the Dream Corps, which houses the legacy organization Dream Corps Tech for Yes We Code, to know that we wouldn't be able to do what we do. And so many of us in this field would not be able to do what we do were it not for Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson and PUSHTECH. So thank you.
My name is John Matthews, CEO and founder of Prothemos Innovations and the creator of this amazing new app called eBless. We've created a mobile app that allows you to create your own electronic greeting card or send a super personal video message with cash. That's right, I said it, with cash. All you have to do is have their contacts in your phone. If their contact is in your phone, you can send them cash. And so listen, download the app. Yes, download the app right now. It's available on both the Apple Store as well as Google Store. Type in eBless. That's right, eBless. Download it right now. Go ahead, right now. Don't stress. eBless.
You know, there's so much going on in the nation and around the world. The fight for civil rights and social justice is arguably more important now than it has ever been. And we must come together to make sure that our votes, our voices, and our values are heard. Inflation is eroding what little recovery many families have been able to make since the global pandemic. And the efforts to take the country back in time, driven by political cynicism and hostility, has everybody I know on edge. Now's the time for us to come together, to commit to fighting for the protection of our human rights, and to demand fairness in the opportunities and access to the marketplace. That is why you should mark your calendar and make plans now to join us for the Rainbow Push Coalition International Convention, to be held June 18th through 22nd right here in Chicago. We will take a look at diversity, equity, and inclusion in C-suites and boardrooms, as well as develop strategies to continue the fight for voting rights and police reform. It will be a packed 5 days, but you don't want to miss any of it. Go to rainbowpush.org to stay up to date on the convention preparations and the issues that matter to all of us.
My name is Kai Frazier, and I am the founder and CEO of KaiXR. Our main product is our virtual field trips. For using 5G, kids can explore 100 plus VR field trips on any device.
Tasks include the repair and maintenance of crucial equipment. I hope you enjoyed your tour of the Obama portraits.
And learn about new careers, new sights, new sounds, and it really changes your outlook on life. I taught at mostly Title I schools. Title I schools receive very little funding. So that means that regular tech that you would expect does not make it to our schools, or we couldn't go on field trips. So I wanted to find a way to connect them to those experiences. I had seen VR in museums before, and it looked like that could be a solution to bring museums to my students in a mobile-based way. When I started KayakSAR, we were using very shoddy Wi-Fi that would keep pausing and it just wasn't working. So we saw with 5G, we had faster experiences, we had lower latency. It makes it so kids can see our content in a high quality. So we're showing them careers, we're showing them new ideas, and that really changes their outlook on life. So it took a lot of kids off the sidelines and they could participate with emerging tech. And 5G helps us connect those kids.
Kendrick Lamar says, for generations, we've been dealt bad hands with bad plans. And of course, that is a reflection of either a card game or dominoes when someone receives a bad hand. But Kendrick Lamar didn't just stop there with a bad hand. There are bad plans, which speaks of, watch this, an intent to oppress, an intent to repress, an intent to ensure that there is an apartheid of disadvantage for those who are marginalized. And of course, this has been especially expressed in this century in the field of technology. Yeah, for generations, we've been built bad hands with bad plans. Bad hands means that basically there's no way that we should win the game, let alone be in the game. A bad plan reflects a structure that is diabolically designed for our disadvantage. For generations, we've been dealt bad hands with bad plans, but it's so good to know. And I greet you, Pastor Joseph Bryant, and salute you for your leadership. And I especially thank God for how Reverend Jesse Jackson in his vision tapped you to give leadership there in Silicon Valley so that we could bring to pass the vision of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr., and that is equality, even in the tech industry, so that the bad hand that we had been dealt with can be replaced by a good hand of equality of opportunity. So I salute you, Reverend Jesse Jackson, for always being on the cutting edge, always looking out front ahead to help us to open the door to new eras of possibility as we make this country what it claims it endeavors to be, and that is a more perfect union. All of us know that a part of the bad hands and bad plans that we have been dealt has to do with what I like to call tech apartheid. I would call it a tech desert, but a desert is a natural phenomenon. Apartheid refers to something that has been man-made. It has been created with intentionality to advantage those who are already advantaged and to disadvantage those who are already disadvantaged. And yet here is what Rainbow Push is doing in Silicon Valley. Rainbow Push is uniting in holy wedlock theology with technology. There is a relationship between faith and what happens on the keyboard of your computer. And as a consequence, we are ensuring through Rainbow Push that hotspots can be had for our children who find themselves going to school now in the age of COVID-19, but because of COVID-19, they find themselves in a tech desert, unable to access Wi-Fi. And yet, because of Rainbow Push and the vision of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr., we are balancing the playing field. Thank you, Reverend Jackson, for doing that. I especially want to say thank you because this has also been a vehicle whereby our churches can embrace technology and then use technology to do what Jesus said. He told us to go into all the world. And here we are in the age of COVID-19, where we have been forced to go into virtual spaces, but those virtual spaces have taken us, have propelled us into all the world. And it's because of the efforts of Rainbow Rainbow Push that many churches now are wired for technology, not just for ministry and worship, but also for service to the community. And so churches like Friendship West here in Dallas, churches around the country are able to bring children to the church house and there have a tech center. And at that tech center, the children can find themselves coding, learning how to code and utilizing their skills that they may be ready to run the race in this present age. And so thank you, Reverend Jackson. Thank you, Reverend Joseph Bryant, for your leadership. Yeah, we've been dealt bad hands with bad plans, but here's the good news. We have another hand, and that hand has been given to us by the hand of Almighty God. And God's hand, as a consequence, has allowed us to play a winning hand. And so thank you for giving us that winning hand. We're going to play that winning hand until justice rolls down as waters and righteousness as an ever-flowing stream. We're going to play that winning hand because it's our responsibility to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. We're going to play our winning hand because when we play our winning hand, America is truly America, and it becomes one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I got my hand. I'm about to play my hand. You've got your hand. Rainbow Push, thank you for giving us a winning hand. And our winning hand is in the hand of our great God, because we understand what it's like to marry, to unite in holy wedlock, theology and technology. And through theology and technology, we are able to give birth to a brand new sociology. And when we have a brand new sociology, this country will become what it should become, and we'll make of this old world a new world. Let's do that through Rainbow Push. We thank you. We praise God for you.
Hey, PushTech family, welcome back from your break. I hope you've been enjoying all of the wonderful conversations, the panelists, and the wonderful content brought to you by this year's PushTech Summit. Next up, we'll have a one-on-one conversation with our very own Dr. Bryant and Councilmember Ben Bartlett on blockchain, cryptocurrency, and Bitcoin. Councilmember Ben Bartlett is an attorney. He's a technology VC advisor, and he's a member of the Berkeley City Council. Take it away, Dr. Bryant.
Hey, everybody. Well, I hope you're enjoying the conference as much as we are enjoying sharing it with you. All of the wonderful content, all of the presenters, all the speakers, everything that's happening. We're just excited to provide this resource to you. We really see it not just as a conference, not just as a gathering, but really as a moment of empowerment. We want you to leave this experience with us knowing more than you did coming in. We want you to be able to have that much more ability to maneuver in the tech space, in the DEI space, to really have some great tools and resources, and even connect with some of our speakers. They've been sharing their social media. We're going to continue to post information about how you can be in touch with them, how you can continue to follow up with them. And I just am so excited to bring again back to us. And he is the honorable, he is the esquire, he is the wonderful leader, he is the advisor extraordinaire. He is council member from the West Coast, from Northern Cal, from the city of Berkeley, California. Brother Ben Bartlett, it is so good to have you again, sir. Thank you for taking the time today.
Right on. Well, thank you, Pastor Bryant. Wow, an amazing intro. I'm ready now. I feel great. So enthusiastic and honored to be here again. This is what you're doing is a blessing work for the people, and I'm so proud to be a part of it. So thank you for having me. I'm honored.
Well, you know, one of the things that Reverend Jackson was able to brag about regarding you is the fact that we had an in-house genius, you know, and his thought was, and every time the conversation over the past year would come up in headquarters or anywhere Reverend Jackson may have been around Bitcoin and crypto and blockchain, you know, they reference you and the wonderful presentation you did last year. So, you know, just catch us up a little bit, council member. Where are we in that world right now? If you can just give us kind of, you know, a quick summary and overview, because more people now are hearing about all of these crypto, fintech, you know, blockchain, all these different buzzwords now are becoming more common. Give us a thumbnail sketch on what that world is, looks like, and feels like, and help us to be more educated. I want our audience to just kind of get a little lesson, if you would, from you.
Things have moved a lot in this past year. You know, in crypto, time is the speed of light. So every month's a new revolution. And I got to tell you, everything I do goes back to that time I spent with Dr. Jackson, Reverend Jackson, when I was in 8th grade, and when he gave a speech and he said, listen, everybody's talking about Barack versus Hillary, this and that. He goes, but no one's talking about the biggest corporate merger in history is happening, and asking how many Black firms are participating.
Mm-hmm.
So every time we talk about the scale of crypto, and right now the scale is at $3 trillion. Okay. So crypto itself, Bitcoin, Ethereum in particular, are the highest performing assets in human history.
Wow.
And this started since 2009. That's all. That's how pent up the change urge was. That we needed a new money that could help the people, right? So the people won in, and it was initially created in a very revolutionary mindset. It was born out of the crash of 2009. Right? Say, okay, well, Wall Street soaked the people, government participated, let's make our new money, right? So that's where I'm centered, on the economic justice revolutionary components of crypto. And you know, people bought in cheap. Lots of people look like you and me bought in cheap and did really well. But what's happened though, as time has gone on, we see much more people kind of clamoring in. Wall Street's coming in, you know, they're coming in, they're taking it. And now at this point, the people are frozen out. So crypto has now become a place of cemented wealth where too many of us are locked out of it. So this past year, you've seen some entrees into ways to kind of break that stranglehold and keep us coming in.
Right.
So we saw the DeFi revolution. DeFi is decentralized finance. So you have these big companies that emerge out of nowhere that you could buy their coins or place your coins with them, and they would what they call stake it and hold it and lend it and give you yield, because in the normal world the bank accounts are not giving you yield right now.
Right.
You deposit money, you're getting nothing back, no interest, right?
Right.
So the people created ways to give interest, and it became a big old whirlwind of money, right? And then also we all heard about NFTs last year. NFT stands for non-fungible token. And so what that means, it's a piece of portable software where you can just take it with you as if it was a physical disk where you owned it. Because, you know, in the normal internet, nothing is yours.
Right.
Gmail owns your email address. Your website is hosted on GoDaddy.
That's right.
Right. You don't own it. Right. So this means to break apart ownership and come to what they call Web3, which is the internet of ownership. Right. Right now, people own their own domains on Ethereum name service, ENS. So you can buy and own your own name connected to an email address, a website, a wallet, you name it, NFTs, right?
Right.
Now, back to NFTs. So NFT has been around for a few years. Ethereum created the protocol for it. Ethereum's this big platform that allows you to do complicated, amazing things for the people, right? Although it's become very expensive to use it. It's another story. NFTs have been used lately to give artists the ability to sell their work. So if you think about it, right? If you'll say you're a painter, what are you gonna do? You're gonna go try to sell it at the flea market? You're gonna try to go to a gallery? They're gonna let you in, right? You're gonna let's say you own a painting.
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna do with it? It's in your house. I'm never gonna see it. You're gonna try to sell it again? Where?
Mm-hmm.
Amazon? eBay? Good luck. So what this did, this opened up all these people, all these like tennis shoe designers and graffiti artists and, you know, people from the community who had cool ideas and knew how to do digital art.
Yeah.
It gave them an opportunity to make a lot of money.
Right.
People bought that art.
Right.
Because it's going into the next area that's going to see emerging this next year, the metaverse.
Yes.
Right? This is a digital twin of the world.
Right.
Everything we see here is there. So you're going to have art, obviously, and you're going to sell the art.
Yep.
Now, the NFTs, now, the artist thing is just the first iteration of it.
Mm-hmm.
Remember I said the NFT is just a portable piece of software?
Right.
So the next iteration of NFT is your music. It's your movies. It'll change as you change. So just the other day, the NBA announced they're gonna be releasing NFT player cards.
Right. Yep.
And they're going to change as the season changes.
There you go.
Right. So the player, as they get more rebounds, the player is gonna get bigger or change colors or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? They become dynamic. And so this is where we're headed, these dynamic NFTs.
Right.
But go back to what Reverend Jackson said back in the day. This huge whole market, NBA, last time I checked, NBA is not Black owned. Right?
Right.
It's obviously going to be a multi-billion-dollar business.
No question.
So I saw one brother was in charge of doing the art. That's cool. But where are we in that process? Where are we in that dealing of the cards, reselling of the cards, marketplaces? We got to be in there.
Well, part of the problem is, Councilmember, is that this is still so new for many, and there's apprehension, and there's lack of understanding. And then there's, you know, obviously the crooks out there, you know, people, you know, so some of the people's fears and apprehensions are well warranted because, you know, you've had some shady characters out there, you know, taking advantage of people and whatnot. How does the common person, how does the individual watching us today just get, you know, involved enough in a safe way? Because the good thing about having you as our resident expert is that, you know, you have a legal background. So you know, you're going to tell us the right path to take on all these kind of things. People want to invest or they want to get involved. What are the safer recommended paths to take to be even more exposed, more educated, and then to begin to engage?
Yeah, so that's a great question, because yes, there are some dubious actors in the world, including crypto, but let's not forget Wells Fargo just got busted again for global racial discrimination in home lending, continuing on from the days of redlining. This happened a month ago. So let's not forget, you know, what the world we're living in, right? So for people to understand how to approach this, they first need to do research. You got to learn about it. You got to follow trusted people they're on Twitter a lot of times. They're on YouTube. You got to do your research. You want to set up a basic account at like an FTX or a Coinbase or a Gemini. Those are trusted platforms where you can exchange tokens, and they have learning on there. You can take the lessons around each lesson. And then, but honestly, there is a lack of education, which is why I'm launching my new initiative. It'll be rolling out this year and in 2023.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you know, it's for the people. It's called Hella DAO. And so DAO, of course, is the new entity that this enables, where this is distributed autonomous organizations, and basically it's just a automatically created crypto organization where you can vote on doing things and have a token. It's really easy. And so what I'm going to do, what I'm releasing very shortly is a platform to, one, do financial literacy, learn about money, learn about savings, learn about investing. And then as you learn, you earn tokens that have real value. And then you also learn about the different types of investing. in crypto and the real world. And
Love
then
it.
you learn how to invest. And then once you've learned that, our platform will form you up, you and your friends, into an investment DAO and help you invest in things that you think are good. It will help you vet them, help you place them, and then the rewards are yours. Do what you got to do. There's one for kids. The kids is just for junior high school and high school, and it's pure literacy. And gamified learning about money, gamified learning about technology, and teaching how to create these tools. Because the technology is so easy now. There's no reason why our kids can't corner this market.
Right. Yeah. And then that's kind of where this conversation today, I wanted to ignite more conversations, because I think we've got to get into this now to catch the spark, but also plan out the long game. And the long game is youth and long-term investment and, educating ourselves. So, a couple of sessions, we're going to have the rest of this day are going to include former NFL players that are getting involved in NFTs and different things of that nature. And so how will we be able to connect with you? I mean, I want our audience to have access to what you're about to release, because I think that's a big part of it. We Reverend Jackson often talks about people and, partner with those that they know and trust. And so we know you and we trust you. How will we be able to engage with you as someone not only who can give us advice, but you're preparing a platform to accomplish the very things that we're trying to get accomplished? How will we know, that you're rolling your pieces out?
Yeah, so please, this is a culmination of 5 years of work. I've been developing for 5 years and networking and building it and all my people. So I want you to support this effort to bring the money to the people and the people to the money. So please follow me on Twitter. My handle is Ben Bartlett Burke, B-E-R-K, right?
Yep.
Ben Bartlett Burke, or LinkedIn, Ben Bartlett, right? And we'll connect there. You can message me, I'll get you back, tell you what's going on, and I'll help you. I advise people like us all over the country.
That's right.
In every step of the way. And some of them have grown to fantastic heights now, and many are on the way. This is my life's purpose. It's economic justice meets innovation. And so I want you to join me because I've already joined you.
Economic justice meets innovation. We need to make that our theme for next year, man. You just gave us a spark. We're already ready for 2023. Listen, Councilmember, it's always a pleasure. We're going to make sure that we get your information out. We're going to make sure you all heard him. Connect with him on LinkedIn, follow him on Twitter. Make sure that you're aware of what he's doing. Inbox him, message him. He'll get back to you. And as he rolls out his new platform for us to engage in this new space, for us to be participants in the crypto world and to have a safe path to engage, as well as plan for our future, educate our children and empower our communities. Let's do it with Councilmember Ben Bartlett of Berkeley. Bless you, brother. Good to have you. Thank you so much.
Bless you, brother. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Peace.
Bye-bye.
We'll be back with some more, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We've got some more NFT conversation. We actually are moving into the metaverse. Don't forget, we're going to close out the day with our very special experience under the voice of the narration of Mr. President Barack Obama. So don't miss it. We got some hot stuff coming. Stick with us.
Wow, I learned a lot from that conversation. Thank you, Ben Bartlett and Pastor Bryant, for that wonderful conversation about blockchain, cryptocurrencies. Next up, we are going to be talking about diversity in sports, entitled Give Me That Seat. In conversation with Hugh Jackson and our own Dr. Bryant, we're going to have a deeper conversation about the challenges and the solutions for creating more diversity in sports.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Joseph Bryant Jr. I have the awesome privilege of serving as the National Sports Director for Reverend Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Push Coalition. As many of you know, Reverend Jackson continues to hold up the banner of fairness and equality and justice in sports. We have been engaging in various conversations over the years around hiring and having a seat at the table, opportunities in the field of sports off the field, because so many times as we observe the wonderful performances of those on the field, there are dozens and in times hundreds of people around the sport that actually make the sports happen. And so what we appreciate with the athleticism is actually managed by a whole lot of other folks doing amazing work. And today, it is my honor and privilege, because as we look at the landscape of the sporting world, nothing happens without good coaching. And a good coach can take you a long way. A good coach can open up many doors and can help maximize the skills, maximize the abilities, maximize what a player has to offer. It is so wonderful for us today to be able to have Coach Hugh Jackson, whose resume is rich with experience. But more than that, in recent days, you've seen and heard Coach Jackson talk about fairness in hiring, fairness with coaches. And he has the experience, he has the bandwidth, he has the walk as well as the talk. He's not someone that is just guessing it, he's actually lived it. So Coach Jackson, it is so awesome for us to have you with us today. And on behalf of Reverend Jackson and Rainbow Push, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
It means a lot to us, Coach, because, you know, here you are with such a rich resume in the NFL. But let's just pause for a minute, because you wear a different coaching hat today. You are in the South. You are coaching some of our young folks. Talk a little bit about where you are right now.
Well, I'm right here at Grambling. Very excited about being here. Obviously, very excited. One of the most prestigious HBCU universities there is in the world. Obviously, Eddie Robinson, one of the greatest coaches that ever coached the game, coached here. Big shoes to fill. Obviously, I'm excited about the challenge and the opportunity. We have a lot of great young men, and I'm excited about starting with them. We start spring practice tomorrow, so I'm very excited about that.
Talk a little bit about, you know, your decision to go to Grambling, to be a part of an HBCU, and what that means to you, because our community, you know, we value HBCUs. There's some pride for us, whether we went to an HBCU or not. There's a lot of pride for us in that. Talk a little bit about your decision to be there and what that means to you personally as you invest in these lives of so many young people. And as you said, the tradition, the history, and what that means to you walking in now as the new coach.
Well, the decision came from, it really started when I was at Tennessee State with Eddie George, and being there and just seeing the environment, seeing what was there every week, week in and week out, the pageantry, just watching the minorities get together, celebrate what halftime was totally different than anything I've ever seen before. Right. The outs before the game was different than anything that I've ever seen before. But more so than that, the student athletes really sat on every word. They wanted to get better. We did everything we could to create an environment at Tennessee State. And that kind of got me hungry about, boy, what if I could really impact these guys from a head coach position? Obviously, the Grambling opportunity came up. President Rick Gallo, Dr. Trevian Scott, we had an opportunity to converse and talk about vision, talk about culture, talk about the things that we thought we wanted to build. And we were in alignment. And I sit here today at Grambling State University.
Well, we are going to be Grambling fans all season long. And we say that lovingly because, I mean, you know, Reverend Jackson, he was a star quarterback at North Carolina A&T. So, you know, we are all A&T fans by default, but now we're going to all be Grambling fans as well. Coach, in the past few weeks, you've been on some television programs. You've spoken quite a bit about your former colleague and really a brother beloved in that fraternity of coaching, Brian Flores, and what has evolved with him. Talk a little bit about, you know, your feelings about what has transpired with Bryant and really why you felt it important to lend your voice to that entire dialogue. Because I think that meant a whole lot for you to stand up for and with him during that time when he was making that initial inroads with what he was challenging was going on in the NFL.
Well, I know firsthand how hard it is to stand out alone and make allege some things have happened to you and have people just shut you down because I did it. You know, I came out and tried to present some things that I had been through, and people said, hey, your record, he's just talking, and I had nobody to really support me. And when I seen Brian step out and say, hey, look, this is what happened to me. This is what I dealt with. I felt an immediate need to support him because I knew what he was going through. I had already shared with the National Football League that I didn't want to see that happen to him, what had happened to me. And here we are going full circle again. Here it is happening. So I felt like I needed to support him and glad to support him and understand everything that comes with that, because I don't think people really get not just the things that happen, but also the mental side, what that does to a man, you know, when you're sitting there all alone and you know the world is trying to figure this out, but there's someone against you because they don't believe that these things really happen in the National Football League.
And Coach, because you have lived it, your voice matters. You know, this is not an opinion. This is not a hot take. This is something you have experienced. And one of the things that I was sharing with you earlier is I've always admired you, not only because of your coaching ability, but because your coaching path. You have taken steps and you know, we talk about pipelines and we talk about, you know, you kind of go up the ranks. Talk a little bit about your experience, because I'm not sure if everyone realizes that, you know, you don't just fall out the sky and become a head coach. You talk about your path to get there, because you've taken literally, you know, a dozen different stops and shown yourself and proven yourself as truly a qualified coach. Talk a little bit about that journey for you.
And I think people don't really get that, you know, on offense, being a minority and having a chance to become a head coach, the segue for that used to be you had to become a quarterback coach and a coordinator. So I tried to do anything and everything I could so they could not tell me no. So I wanted to take those opportunities, whether it was becoming the quarterback coach, becoming the offensive coordinator, creating that resume so people could not tell me, Hugh, you don't have what it takes to become a head coach. So my biggest opportunity came in Baltimore. John Harbaugh hired me to coach the quarterback, where I was able to help draft Joe Flacco, coaching his first 2 years. That kind of set a path for me. I went to the Oakland Raiders, worked for Al Davis. I was his last head coach. I was his coordinator first, became his head coach. He passed in my only season there as a head coach. And what was really interesting to me is I had to start over. So we were an 8-8 football team with a top 10 offensive football team. And I had to truly start over. And Marvin Lewis and the Cincinnati Bengals threw me a lifeline and let me come back to Cincinnati and coach on defense. I had to go coach defense, and I coached the secondary, helped with special teams, worked my way back on offense, became a running back coach again. That's kind of unheard of, first of all, to be fired at 8, then to have to go from offense, coach on defense, okay? And that wasn't my specialty at all. And then work your way back up. And I started back as low as you could go. I started as a running back coach, worked my way back up to offensive coordinator, became the offensive coach of the year, Pro Football Writers offensive coach of the year in 2015, and then got the opportunity at Cleveland.
As you look back, you know, one of the things that you mentioned was the lifeline. And, you know, it's hard sometimes for people to recognize, you know, if there's not that many of us, there's not that many looking out for us, you know, and it's not to be negative, it's not to be judgmental, but, you know, you have a tendency to look out for your own. And so talk about that fraternity among, you know, you mentioned some of the other African-American coaches in the league. How are those relationships and how much do you all value? I've talked with many of them over the years, but I know the closeness that you all have and how, you know, you all look out for each other, the Leslie Fraziers and even Coach Dungy, you know, even though he's retired. I mean, that whole fraternity of African-American coaches, you know, Lovie Smith, you know, and just talk about how much that means for you all to have each other when there's so few, and yet you know that you're worthy of these positions and these opportunities.
Well, we have to, and you just said it. I mean, we know that we're worthy. We know we deserve the opportunities, but if we don't look out for each other, it's not gonna sometimes happen for you. And I'm talking about just having a job. We're not talking about becoming coaches or coordinator. We're just talking about being in the league and having a chance to stay there. So this has been a 101-year history of the National Football League, and there's only been 20 minority head coaches. And I'm only saying 20 because Lovey's doing it again. He's doing it a second time, and he's doing it at Houston. And that's got to tell everybody something. And part of my going back and coaching here at Grambling, because you asked that question earlier, is some of the greatest football players in the history of the National Football League came out of HBCUs. When you think Grambling State University, we've had 4 Hall of Famers that were some of the best players in the history of the league So to come back and understand the tradition and history, as you mentioned, because there were some great players here, I want to impact this university that way. And my thought is, who's going to be the next Hall of Famer that comes out of Grambling? But also, boy, the culture here is a little bit different. There's more minority coaches that you get to mentor and tutor in this environment. And that doesn't mean that there can't be any white coaches on your staff, but your staff is made up of many men that look like the players that you're coaching. And that's just the way it is. And I think that's great. I think that's a great opportunity for young African-American coaches who have aspirations of being head coach to come into this league, show your worth, and get a chance to keep moving forward.
You talk about that coaching reality, the connections that you have. And here you are now at Grambling, and you get a chance to shape not only the players, but as you mentioned, you get to shape the coaching ranks. And so is that part of the plan, though, Coach Jackson, going forward? Is that one of the things we need to lean a little bit more into to get more African-American coaches at both obviously we want them at the pro level, but, you know, the colleges, especially the HBCUs, that is fertile ground, it would seem, for us to be able to groom the next generation of great coaches as well.
You just said it. I think it is fertile ground. Here is what I really believe the National Football League has told minority men who have aspirations of being head coaches. We're not interested in you right now. Because if we were, there would be more. And so my challenge is, once some of these men come over to the HBCUs, help create this environment, help bring more eyes to the HBCU environment, and watch you be what you know you can be as a great leader, a great teacher, a great mentor for these young men, because it's still football, and it's football at a high level. And I know that people feels like the eyes aren't over here, but they are. And I think people are starting to watch HBCU football in a whole different light. I think Deion Sanders has done a great job. He's created the right environment. And I think George will, I think I will. And I think there's already some tremendous coaches in this conference. And we just got to make sure that we build those coaches up too, because they deserve other opportunities as well.
You know, the number that's often thrown out is that 70% of the NFL players are African-American. And it's been around that number for quite some time. And yet the coaching ranks don't reflect that. Also, obviously, higher up, you know, management, administration, and of course, the ownership. Where can we begin to also invest our energy in getting more African Americans involved in the world of sports, Coach? You know, I mean, there are a lot of other places, because you spend time as a coach. You know, people think all you do is, you know, stand on the sideline with your headset on and you know, run plays, but you're dealing with, you know, the administration, and you're dealing with, I mean, both NFL and when you're in the college ranks, you're dealing with a lot of people in management and PR and communications, and, you know, you've got the travel people, and I mean, they're just literally dozens of jobs that people don't realize that we need to, you know, step up our game a little bit. Talk a little bit about those experiences, because you see it all the time, and because there are a lot of places that we can still have a lot of influence as African Americans in sports.
You said it. The most influential positions that we need to get into is the decision-making positions. And that's where we have a lack of representation. We don't have Black owners in the National Football League. We don't have there's more Black GMs now. And I think that's what the National Football League is doing. People got to subtly watch, but those minority GMs, they're hiring Caucasian coaches. They're not hiring guys that look like them. So, and some of them have already hired, talking about the coaches hired before the GM gets there. So I just think until we really, on all levels, as you just said, whether it's in college, National Football League, or even just in life, until we can get to the real decision-making positions to have influence on who we can hire, and honestly get a chance to hire who we think is qualified, will it change? And that's what my disappointment is, because I don't think people get that. When is change going to come? It won't come unless first we go back and dig through the history of the past and understand it was wrong from the beginning. Because we think right don't mean it's the right thing to do. Everybody's doing what's normal. Everybody keeps doing what is normal. That don't mean people are doing what is right. And I think that needs to happen.
Again, going back to the numbers reflected on players on the field, African-American players on the field, talk about how you identify with players. You know, obviously different teams, different roles that you've had, but just talk about the value of you being able to identify with that young Black kid from the hood, that young man who grew up in a single parent household or grew up poor, or even, you know, maybe they were even better off, but just, you know, they listen to different music, they have different style, they do their hair, you know, talk about the whole culture and how valuable you are. Because I don't think people realize that you're not just a coach, you're a father figure, mentor, role, you know, talk about how you influence our young men, pro or college, because you understand where they come from.
You just said it. I think people get so offended sometimes because of the music that a young man watches, or the way his hair, the way he wears his hair, or even to the way he wears his clothes. Now, I want to influence those things and make them better, but I also get it. I understand the culture. I understand the history that's behind it. I understand where their mom and dad came from. So I'm best to understand the kid. And that being said, it's the same way with our Caucasian players, because
that's right. That's right.
At a high level. So they might have come from Beverly Hills, but that's okay, because I can navigate that as well with them. I can have those conversations, because you have to as a leader. You can't just be one-sided. You got to be able to talk to your whole team. And I think that's so important. But do I identify with the minority player maybe just a tad bit more? Absolutely, because I look like, I probably grew up like they did. I probably watched some of the same shows that their parents watch. I probably listen to the same music that their parents listen to. So I'm able to connect with them on a whole different level. But that doesn't mean that I won't understand the white player just as much as I study the Caucasian player.
And that's a good point to go the opposite way. You know, I think that sometimes people want to excuse white coaches when they don't understand a Black player, but, you know, in the same way you have adjusted, amended. I mean, you understand culturally, you know, your own African-American young men, but because you're in the culture of football, you want to understand all of your players. And you use the term coach, and I really thank you for this time, but you use the term, and I want you to lean in on a little this right now as we close up our conversation, but you use the term leader. And I think that what you have shown all your career is great leadership. You have been a strong leader. You haven't always had the best situations to lead. You have, I mean, you know, anyone who knows football, anyone who has watched the NFL in particular knows that you haven't always been in the ideal situation or a good situation even, or had all of the tools, but you as a leader have always had great impact. Talk about how you view Hugh Jackson, how you see your assignment as a leader, because truly that's what we see when we really pay attention to you, Coach. We see more than a coach, we see a leader.
Well, thank you so much. I think leadership is kind of unflinching. And I think people, when they think of leadership, when you have it, you better really, truly give into it, because it's not everywhere. Everybody can't lead from a high level, but it's truly getting people to follow a common goal as a group of men or women to achieve something special. And they have to respect the leader. They have to expect the character of the leader. They have to understand that the leader is doing everything he can to put them in a situation where they can be successful. The leader, as you lead, I've learned this so much because it just showed itself. You're part of the group, but you're above the group, because you can never be seen as just being in the group, because then leadership doesn't exist. They have to know that you have a way about you, you have a strategy about you, you have a beat of your own self, how you go about your business that's consistent, is fair, and is transparent. And that's what great leadership is.
Well, Coach, you have been an awesome leader for a long time, different levels, different teams, different scenarios, different cities. And I want to thank you for standing up and being in this conversation, even today, as we look to try to make a difference with the NFL, open up more coaching opportunities. What would the final word that you would want us as a community, because here we are with Rainbow Push, Reverend Jackson, and my role to help advocate for sports and open opportunities and speak to whoever, sometimes it's communities, sometimes it's companies, sometimes it's teams, sometimes it's individuals. What is our role today to try to help make sure that we move the needle forward and have more opportunities and more coaches hired more people involved? What are the things that we need to do? What's our assignment, Coach?
I think your assignment is clearly to affect change, but the only way to affect change is to understand truly what we're dealing with. And until we truly understand what change, what dynamics are, because a lot of people, I think we all know change happens in private and people talk about everything in public. What can we do behind closed doors to really pull this onion back and find out what is the real reason why we do not have these leadership positions, and be very transparent? And I think sometimes those are hard conversations, but until we have those deep digging conversations, I truly believe that things will not change.
Well, Coach, you are in a position to bring change, and you're doing it. And I appreciate and applaud you for using your platform in such powerful ways to stand up and advocate for your NFL brethren. And now, as the head coach of the historic Grambling State University, we're going to all be Grambling fans, y'all. I'm telling you, Rainbow Push family, we're going to all cheer for Grambling this year. We're going to make our way down. We're going to be in the stands. We're going to make sure that Coach gets our love and support, and we're going to be there for you. Coach, thank you so much for taking the time and for being the true leader that you are. You meant so much to us for so long, and you're looking good, and you're looking like you're getting younger, and we want to just celebrate your success and believing for a great season. Take care of yourself, Coach.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Everybody, again, Dr. Joseph Bryant Jr., honored to be the National Sports Director for Rainbow Push. What a privilege today to have this conversation with Coach Jackson. Peace.
Hey, everyone. I hope that you are enjoying all of these really great conversations with Dr. Bryant and many of our guests talking about cryptocurrency, blockchain, diversity in sports. And now we're going to take it a step further with our next conversation on sports tech in the metaverse. This is something really new. Most of us are unaware of what's happening with the metaverse. So I'm hoping to learn a lot from this panel on sports tech in the metaverse. On this panel, we'll have Reginald Grant, former NFL veteran, business executive and entrepreneur. We have Ray Austin, also an NFL veteran, co-founder and commissioner, Fan Controlled Football League, and they will be in conversation with our very own Dr. Bryant.
Hey, everybody. Thank you again for being a part of this phenomenal 7th annual PUSHTECH Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Summit. Of course, this entire platform has evolved over the years because of our investment, involvement, and impact in Silicon Valley, in the tech industry. And it's always been our desire to ensure that technology, as it continues to evolve, emerging technology will be featured right here during our conferences. And that's why, as the National Sports Director for Rainbow Push, I have the pleasure of being able to wear both hats for the conference and then identify the fact that there's emerging technology in the sports world that you really need to know about. And I am just excited. I am elated with our next guest, because this is a brother that we had the privilege of meeting several years ago in Silicon Valley as he shared his vision for what has now become the Fan Controlled Football League. And we're so grateful. Ray Austin was one of our guests during our early PUSHTECH work in Silicon Valley. He came to visit one of our events, and he shared with me his vision about this new evolving space in sports, this fan-controlled football league. And we were just excited to hear his passion, former NFL player, and he had evolved into an entrepreneur and he was doing business. But this piece was such a passion for him several years ago. And to see where it has evolved and to see him now as the commissioner of the Fan Controlled Football League, man, it just makes me peacock proud, man. And I'm excited to have you. Thank you, Ray, for taking the time to join us, brother.
Man, Pastor, you always make me laugh every time. I love your enthusiasm. It reminds me of my mind, and I think that's why you and I are always connected from the get-go. So I'm glad to be here.
Man, listen, I want you to tell our audience about the Fan Controlled Football League. And, you can even start with those early days, just in terms of your vision.
Yeah.
And then how you developed it over the years. And then, of course, we'll celebrate where you are now. Go ahead, Ray.
This is something I've been working on for about 10 years. And Just a little background on how I got here. I was a former Chicago Bear, played with the Bears for 3 years, also with the Jets for 2 years, and retired and became an actor in Chicago. And as I was still in Chicago, I was like, man, I was sitting at a buddy of mine's semi-pro football game, you know, I'm watching him. He's got his phone on him because it's semi-pro. So, so I'm texting him and I'm like, man, what is your coach doing? Man, he's making some terrible calls, man. Tell him to run this. Tell him to run that, you know. And so after the game, I had to go talk to the teams. And so I don't know what it was. I just instantly looked at the coach and was like, Coach, can I get your phone number? And I was like, do you mind running some plays for me? He was like, okay. I told the other coach, like, do whatever you want to do. I went back up in the stands and I texted him, run a sweep, run a play action pass, run a dive. And I started to see the football team move down the field. And I was like, oh my gosh, I think I got something here. And I just went home and got into the lab and started to, you know, teach myself how to develop a mobile app. Didn't know what I was doing, and actually got far enough to actually to test it. And you know how things work out. You run out of money, and it was just like I didn't know what I was doing, and so I shelved it. But I always would try to dust it off every now and then. And I ran into one of my old teammates, Tony Parrish, played for the Chicago Bears.
Yep.
Came to town, and he was like, man, what are you working on? He goes, you're always doing, you know, you're always working on something. What are you working on? And I was like, well, I got this idea like fans calling football plays and doing this. And I was all excited to tell them. And Tony, being the type of player he was, Tony was like, that ain't gonna work, bro. I'm sorry, man. It ain't gonna work. But he really told me the things that I really needed to know. And so I really took in a lot of the things he said. And 3 months later, he calls me up and he was like, Ray, I ran into this guy. His name is Sohrab Faroudi, and he has an indoor football team, and he's thinking the same thing you're thinking. And I got scared. I got nervous. I was like, oh, man, somebody else is thinking about this? Like, all right, and he's already got a football team? And he was like, no, he wants to meet you. And I'm like, wow, first of all, that's my guy, Tony Parrish. He could have easily took the idea and went with the guy. And I was, you know what I mean? But, you know, I flew up there. I met with Sohrab. And there were 2 other guys that were with him that he had just met too. He had reached out to them. They had very similar ideas too. One was in baseball and one was in gaming. And we were all young guys, and we're sitting here looking at each other at dinner. And I tell you, Pastor, it was like a bad joke. It was like 3 white guys and a brother walking to a bar. You know what I mean? And they come out with a football league. You know what I mean? We were like, let's do it. Instead of competing against each other, and it might, why don't we just work together? And it was phenomenal. That was the heartbeat of how this thing grew. We ended up raising $2 million. We bought a football team in the indoor football league, and we said, hey, let's let the fans run it. Let's let the fans do all the things. So let's let the fans pick the name. Let's let the fans pick the colors of the jersey. Let's let the fans pick where we're gonna play. We had 5 deals, Pastor, with 5 different cities and college teams because we didn't know where the fans was gonna pick. And we ended up going to Salt Lake City, Utah. They ended up winning. So we packed all of our stuff up, moved to Salt Lake City, and the fans of Salt Lake City ran that football squad and digitally as well. So they picked our cheerleaders. They picked the name of the team. There were so many crazy names. One of the names was Stormin' Mormons. You know, that was one of the names that, and it almost won. It almost won. And if it would have won, we were so committed to this idea that we were like, we're going to stay authentic to what we said we were going to do. And as we were doing all this, you know, I was at the time the commissioner, I was the general manager, and I had to put together the actual football team. So, you know, we had players sending us YouTube links of them playing when they were in college. You know, that was one where we had fans of Salt Lake City sending us the local players that played for those colleges. I then went around the country, did about a half a dozen tryouts, and we found the players, and we developed that team based off of that. And I literally hired the coach. We did Zoom interviews with all the coaches, and we let the fans choose which coach that they wanted to be the coach of the team.
Unbelievable.
And ultimately, as I'm doing all that, my partners were working on a distribution deal where we were going to play. We ended up playing on Twitch, and we needed to figure out, well, can we build this technology? And we ended up putting technology for fans to literally use their phones as a football playbook and call plays at home while we were playing with real players. So we literally built live Madden.
Unbelievable.
We had we had a 6-week season, and we had over 10 million people watching globally.
Unbelievable, man. I mean, just the idea. I mean, because as a former player, gosh, you have plenty of knowledge. You got plenty to offer. You got plenty of experience. You got plenty of, you spend enough time at the whiteboard. You spend enough time in those, in the position meetings. You got some skills and some knowledge, right? But to put that into the hands of these fans, because every fan thinks they know everything and they know more than the coaches, the players, and the commentators, right? So it's almost as if you've not only evolved something with technology, but you've tapped into something that the fandom of football can grab. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. The escapism of real life, where we put them in the position to be what coaches, front office, making decisions like that, which I think was to us, which was so brilliant, because it's not just, people think it's just people calling plays. It's not. We're creating a community. And whatever we give that community, we give them the permission to make that decision. And once we did that, that's when we knew we had something. We had a player, I'm not going to mention his name, but he was kicked out of the NFL, and then his agent saw what we were doing and said, "Man, I think you should go and play in this league, and maybe we can get, this will be a chance for you to make film." And get back in the league.
Right, sure.
Well, he did something pretty bad. He had assaulted a woman pretty bad. It was on the internet. I was completely against to have him on the team. Said, can't do it, not doing it.
Sure.
And my partners were like, "Well, we got to do it. This got to be great. It'll be so much publicity." And I'm like, "No, we're not going to do it." And then that's when we all looked at Joe and said, "Let the fans choose it." All pro guy, big time player. Put him in this team. This could make us do big things. And instantly when we announced that we were going to possibly put him on the team, women were going to, they were going to boycott the games. They were calling into the radio station. They were going to ticket us. They said, "You better not in our town are you going to let somebody come in here that is
right."
So we let the vote go live, and the vote ended up, they didn't want him on the team. Now, if you think about what that really is, you allow fans to make executive decisions that NFL, NBA teams have to make on a daily basis. What if my big time star player gets a DUI? What if my big time star player gets a domestic violence issue? Fans never have a say so, good or bad. All they have is an opinion on Twitter, and that's it. He made the decision to make that, and that's when we knew we had connected with our fans emotionally.
Right. And I think, Ray, you as brilliant as you are, you also, have the education behind you. There, your psychology education plays a role in this, right? Absolutely. Just the understanding of the psyche of the mind and how, this is brilliant. I mean, the fact that you're using so many different things. And again, you're talking about guys who would want to be a part of fantasy football, for instance. Fantasy football junkies, this is a whole nother level, right? And then just someone who wants to engage and have some control or have some decision. I mean, all these boxes get checked that the other main leagues can't ever do. How do you envision, or I guess probably even in real time, because we're in the middle of the season, how do you promote, how do you target the audiences, football fans, and obviously, how does that thought process happen for you and your team?
That's such a great question. And we say this all the time. You're not dealing with a fan like you and I grew up. When we grew up, we was watching the game from the stands. Had a hot dog in one hand and a Coke in another, and you couldn't turn away from the field because there was no replay, there was no Twitter, there was no Instagram, there was no live chatting, there was no fantasy football. We're dealing with a lean forward type of fan, a fan that's on his phone, checking his stats, checking his fantasy stuff, taking pictures while he's at the game. You're dealing with a more engaged fan, and that's the type of fan that we kind of wanted to kind of go over. But then the thing that I love that you asked, like, well, how do you get fans to like these teams? you know, and I'm wearing one of the this is actually a fan made, one of the names of the
Kingpins. Gotcha. Yep.
And this is an NFT theme, and a fan made this logo.
Wow.
So we sell apparel, but they also get revenue from it. They get a piece of revenue from it.
Unbelievable.
So they're creating our apparel, they're creating our sound, our music, all those things. But you ask, how do I know which team I want to be a part of? Because most sports are based off of demographics. You're a Chicago Bear fan because you live in Chicago. I went to University of Tennessee, so I'm a Tennessee fan, right? Well, how do we do that if all the teams know each other and play together? Well, that's when we started to go seek out different types of team owners. Instead of the people with suit and ties, let's connect to our fans and who they like. Like, what about their top celebrities in sports or their top influencers? So some of our team owners are Marshawn Lynch, you know, Janaye Montgomery, WNBA champion, Quavo, the hip hop artist.
There you go.
Charles Anderson, Tiki Barber, Joe Montana, Bob Menery. People don't know who Bob Menery is, but Bob is one of the top podcasters on the internet right now. Just had 3 interviews with Mike Tyson, Snoop Dogg, and Donald Trump. So you're dealing with that group of people. So they're going to bring their fanship to that team. And so it became very competitive and really fun because, you know, you got Marshawn against Richard or Richard against Renee, you know, and that's what we kind of wanted. We wanted them to engage with their fans and say, hey, fans of mine, check out what I'm doing now in fan control football.
So because we're still in the season, you know, and you guys have been pushing this, you know, all season long. So I thank you for taking the time. We still got a few weeks left. Yes. How would the audience become introduced to or begin to watch? You know, where do they need to go on their, you know, their laptop, their smart device? How do they engage? And what does, and not only how, Ray, but what does it feel like to be a part of it? Because, you know, as you were saying, for a football game, even big time football fans now for the, you know, for the NFL, for instance, you know, on a Super Bowl Sunday or even any Sunday, you got your food, you got your drinks, you got your big screen, you're sitting, you're chilling, you're watching a couple of games. This is different. So walk us through what this feels like and how we can begin to promote and engage.
Yeah, if you ever been to a hockey arena and a hockey game, this is that on top of like a concert. You know, I was telling you earlier that we've built our stadium in the historic Pullman Yards where the Pullman Porter train labor union first started. But in this amazing rustic iron brick place where they've shot Divergent, Hunger Games, Bad Boys, Garden of the Galaxies. In this place, it's just got so much history. We have made it completely innovative. Wow. Our production company is the same production company that put on Prince's last tour and Justin Bieber's last tour. And so it's really, really innovative. And we literally want the fans right on top of our players so they can be hand in hand with these guys. The thing about sports is that we've done is we've taken down those walls. There's a few walls in professional sports. There is the execs, there's the players, and then there's the fans. And you can only get so close. We've taken all those walls out and say, hey, fans, come up here and hang out with Marshawn Lynch. If you're a beast, which is his team that he owns, come up here and be up there with him and hang out with Marshawn Lynch. Now, how awesome is that? I'm walking around the entire facility the entire time, you know, shaking hands and kissing babies and saying, hey, look, I'm here. I'm available to answer questions. And first of all, thank you for even, you know, being a part of this. That's what we're doing. But we wanted it to be a completely, like I said, a completely different experience for our fans.
That's super. If I wanted to watch the games this coming weekend, for instance, where do I go?
You can go to our website, fcf.io. We have a live broadcast on it. When I tell you, we have an amazing broadcast if you check it out. We have 13 cameras. We have a 180 view camera. We have a spider cam. We have 2 drones. So what you see on TV is unbelievable. And to speak on that, we have been nominated for an Emmy, and we're going to the Emmy May 24th. For outstanding.
Come on, man!
Innovation. So I'm really, as an actor, I'm kind of really excited about that. I already got my tux.
Come on, man! Look here, I'm popping my collar, man, because I can say I remember when, and I knew him when. You know, let me carry your bag around, bruh.
we're pretty excited about that. But you can go to Twitch. Is not only our partner. They've invested in our company. Twitch.tv. You can find us. NBCLX, DAZN, and Peacock. We've had over 250 global channels that you can find us on. And our numbers so far have been extraordinary. The first 2 games, we've already had 5 million people watching. We're super excited about the amount of attention that we've got.
What day of the week are the games being aired?
Tomorrow, 1 o'clock to 7 o'clock. Then tomorrow's going to be awesome. I mean, Pastor, I wish you was here for this one. We've got 2 games in the middle of the beginning of the afternoon, and then 2 at night. But right in the middle, we have what we call, it's going to be Quavo's Honcho Day, and he does an amazing job with a celebrity flag football game that he puts on every year for the community. And when I tell you, everybody in entertainment is going to be there. I say our place is a party with a football game going on, and that's what we want. We want people to have a place where I can do both. I can come and hang out and have fun and lounge and see all the real cool, innovative things we have there, or I can go watch football and call plays.
Right.
We wanted a in your face experience for our fans.
Reverend Jackson often talks about life beyond the playing field, and part of the work we do as a platform in sports is to ensure that retired players transition into something meaningful. And if I can just applaud you, Ray, for being the epitome of that. Former player who has taken your passion and literally changed the game because of what you're doing and because of this amazing vision and what you've created. Not to mention you've linked in real-time technology and maximized it. You basically said, let's use the evolving world of technology and make something beautiful. And you've done it, brother. Congratulations. Best of luck to you with the league. Best of luck. Congratulations on being anything Emmy related, man. That's just like super cool, man. I just love that, man. Just congratulations on all the success.
Appreciate it. I'll end with this. I love what you just said about that because, as the commissioner, my job is to open up opportunities for others. And not only from me hiring, minorities in our community here in Atlanta, the amount of money that we brought into Atlanta so far, but I wanted to make sure our platform was a place for my players. I say it all the time. We are more than athletes, and we've created this platform and this network for our players to say, hey, look, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're an entertainer, if you're a content creator, let us know what you do so we can help you. So that has been my mission of being a part of this, is saying that this platform will be the transition place, hub for athletes going forward.
Love
and again,
it.
Name of our company is not Fan Control Football, it's Fan Control Sports and Entertainment. So we've already been working on other sports as we speak.
I love it, man. I love it. That's great. From a humble meeting in Silicon Valley 8 years ago to the commish, popping his collar, running a sports and entertainment platform that's global, killing it on just every front. Man, I'm so excited for you, Ray. Congratulations, brother. And we will make our way to the ATL real soon. Thanks for taking the time, man.
Can't wait for you to get here, brother.
Listen, this is a part of our PushTech platforms, friends. This is what we do. And just to know that Ray and others, we were talking earlier about Mike Brown with Win-Win, another former NFL player that's doing amazing work in the tech space and has evolved into something that's impactful. We started with some humble beginnings and Reverend Jackson's vision to include those that had dreams and ideas that just needed a platform and opportunity to connect and to network and to meet each other and then to build something great. And because we love sports, it just makes all the sense in the world that we could celebrate somebody like Ray Austin. Thank you for the time, brother. Continue to hang out with us. Those of you that are watching our PushTech conference, listen, we got more good stuff to go. Please don't forget, we're closing out the day with President Barack Obama narrating us on a tour virtually through the White House. It's coming up, y'all, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Peace.
So my name is John Matthews. I'm the CEO and founder of Prothemos Technology, and I am the creator of The Barrage. What is The Barrage? Well, I'm about to show you in a second, but just to give you a preview, The Barrage is our full effects simulator. Oh, did I mention patented? Yes, patented full effects simulator for any 3D environment, whether it's a video game, whether you're moving around in the metaverse, or whether you're even watching a movie, you'll be able to experience it. So it's full sensory input platform, and yeah, we created it. So check this out and learn more. We call it the Barrage, our full effects simulator. Now the Barrage rests on the lap, and it has a belt that wraps around the waist, suited with temperature simulators. If your character's in a burning building, you feel the heat. If you're dropped in the Arctic, you feel the chill. You can actually smell what you're seeing on screen or in your VR experience with our dynamic sensing technology. Our 360-degree impact belt wraps around your waist and is embedded with motors that let you feel every hit. You feel what your character feels where your character feels it. Our LED lighting system illuminates the room. Whatever colors on screen will be spread throughout the whole room. This is the ultimate immersive experience.
Hello, I'm Reginald Grant. Welcome to NFTs by Athletes. Everyone is talking about NFTs. What is the real deal for athletes? That's what we're going to talk about today. NFTs, NIL, blockchain, cryptocurrency. Again, I'm Reginald Grant. Welcome to this presentation. Hope we can add some value to your life and provide some specific information that helps you understand this process. Again, we are NFTs by Athletes. I'm Reginald Grant. esportsinstruction.com is our corporation, our parent company. We also have other divisions: Athletes in Cannabis, ESI Pitch, Athletes Tech and Business, Athletes in Art, and some other projects. But again, our focus today is NFTs by Athletes, NFTs by Athletes. And this whole process is about branding, positioning. And I have a book that I wrote a couple of years ago, Managing Your Brand. You can pimp me, but you must pay me, baby. Know what you're worth and don't be afraid to ask for it. And that's what NFTs and NILs are all about. Leveraging your brand, positioning your brand so that you can win and have success economically. Brand positioning, let's give you some examples of that. We have the NFL big dogs, and you know, NFL is the biggest brand in terms of sports there's nothing bigger, nothing more profitable, and nothing more organized, nothing more. And positioning of their whole league has positioned the NFL to take advantage of all kinds of opportunities, from apparel and manufacturing and merchandising to now the NFT space. Tom Brady's NFT platform, Autograph, raised $170 million. He retired, unretired, but he raised that $170 million as part of his brand positioning. Patrick Mahomes sold $3.4 million worth of NFTs in 20 months. Of course, there was a lot of back work behind that, positioning it and marketing it so that he could sell those NFTs. Rob Gronkowski, Gronk, sold $1.6 million in NFTs in his NFT launch. The NFT is a non-fungible token. It's unique, it's trackable, and monetizable. That's what's so important. The modern version of a trading card, except it's digital. It can be a card, a video, an audio, an item, a combination of a physical item and a digital item. A non-fungible token is a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain, a form of a digital ledger that can be sold and traded. Types of NFT data units may be associated with digital files such as photos, videos, and audio, as well as physical products. Again, this is about a brief overview of this whole process, and just kind of give you an introduction to this NFT space. Again, the NFT is actually a product. It's unique, again, as I said before, trackable and monetizable. You can make money on it. The beauty of it, not only is it you can make money when you sell it the first time, but every time it changes hands, you are able to make money on the back end with every future transaction. That's in perpetuity. Smart contract, that's the tracking mechanism. Tracking programs stored on a blockchain, execute actions and show ownership. That's what essentially a smart contract is. And again, these are basic fundamental terms that you want to become familiar with, and it will be something that's used much more than most people realize at this time. Blockchain, that's the foundation, like mud in the house without the foundation. Mud in the bottom of your house means it's going to sink in the sand, but if you have a cement or block, it's not going anywhere. So blockchain stores information electronically in digital format, right? Cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is a digital payment system. Everybody in the world has a credit or debit card nowadays. We all use them. Many years ago, when credit cards and debit cards are first introduced, old people would say, I'm never gonna have that stuff. Now it is totally impossible to live, especially in the United States and many other parts of the world, without digital currency. The only difference between cryptocurrency and our traditional currency is it is not controlled by any financial institutions. It's a peer-to-peer system that enables anyone, anywhere to send and receive payments. You can transfer cryptocurrency funds. The transactions are recorded in a public ledger, so you know where it's going for. Cryptocurrency is stored in digital wallets. So for example, you have a bank account, you have money in your cash. So if you have a bank account, a crypto account, you have money in your crypto account. And you have a crypto or digital wallet, then you have that money available to spend like you have it cash in your pocket. That's the easiest analogy. And so don't be afraid of it. Embrace the change, embrace the process. And again, the types of cryptocurrencies or cryptocurrency that most people are familiar with are Bitcoin, Ethereum, and there are many, many more, okay? And cryptocurrency can easily be transferred into your regular bank account. I have some cryptocurrency, it comes into my account, I hit a button, it transfers, it doesn't transfer instantly like most of the current products do in terms of digital payments in my bank from one person or one bank to another, but it might take a day or two or three, but it transfers directly to your regular checking account or your regular bank. NILs, briefly, name, image, likeness. Now, amateur athletes can now get paid for endorsements, for NIL deals, for name, image, likeness deals, for NFT deals, for endorsements of products and services. That's what NIL is. Name, image, likeness has changed the landscape of amateur athletics forever. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. That was by Eleanor Roosevelt, former First Lady of the United States of America. You have to have passion, and you have to go out on the limb and figure some things out. Now you can control your destiny, your financial economic power from something as simple as your laptop or home computer or even your phone. Here are some examples of some of the projects we're working on. Jelani Jenkins, former NFL guy, we have a series, and many of these have not been publicly released, so you've probably seen it for the first time, and I'll show you some more. But it's Jelani, again, went to Florida and actually was played 4 years for the Miami Dolphins, and now he's has his new company, Postseason, and he's part of our Athletes as Heroes series, and I'll show you some more of those. And we have Mark Collins, two-time Super Bowl champion, and we have a caricature or a cartoon or an image that we had, and we created this, we drew this and digitized this. Here's some more examples of what NFTs can look like. Chris Ward, former first-round pick of the New York Jets, a gladiator. We have him as one of our heroes as athletes as Heroes collection that we'll be releasing. You have the Watkins Award for Scholar Athletes 2022 Watkins Award class, the 30th annual, and we have an NFT that we're releasing for that particular nonprofit organization. Harold Jackson, Black College Hall of Fame, over 10,000 receiving yards, played 16 straight seasons in NFL. So we're going to work with active players, amateur players, and retired players, and athletes, I should say. Athletes, celebrities, Kobe Dean, third pick of the Philadelphia Eagles in his current recent NFL draft. This is going to be a series we're releasing shortly. The Championship Series NFTs and the Kobe Dean. This the Kobe Dean Championship NFT collection commemorates his historic collegiate career as the leader of his national college championship team. Each of the 3 NFTs is a limited edition. 2 on the ends will be limited to, I think, 500 individually and numbered NFTs, and 1 in the middle will be 17. Only 17 of those will be issued. And the beauty of the NFT is you get paid on it when you sell it, and then you get paid every time a transaction happens with that particular thing. You look at old school. My old teammate, Chris Ward, old physical card. How about a physical card and a digital card? That's going to happen. So now when they create these trading cards, they will also probably have an NFT connected to them and have a digital version. You're right to see Marv Fleming, the first guy to play in 5 Super Bowls and win 4. He's in the Green Bay Packers Hall of Fame. That's a caricature or cartoon, an image that we've created as an NFT for Marv Fleming. Here's an example of a digital image that we have moving. And we'll go into some that actually have some sound and some more animation. Jelani Jenkins, again, professional football player, a modern day gladiator, has now moved into the business cycle with his company Postseason and will be facilitating great things. George Lynch, former NBA first-round draft pick, college national champion, 15-year professional basketball player.
It's game time. Nehemiah Shelton.
So you see with that one, we add some voiceover. We have the sound behind it. These are examples we have not released to the public as of yet. This one will be a physical autographed football by the player and the digital card or the digital image that you see. This example, again, these are not released yet. These are projects we're working on, and that is NFTs by athletes.com. We can do some fantastic and wonderful things with these digital imageries. Former Major League Baseball, Arnie Castell, from the first-round draft pick of the Detroit Tigers, is now an artist. And so we're taking some of his paintings and pictures and creating NFTs. Coach Willard Bailey, Black College Hall of Fame. Now, active players, retired players, amateur athletes, it's the new. It's the wild, wild west. Find the right partners, not mainstream, but coming to the mainstream. Again, we're NFTs by athletes. You can find us at NFTs by athletes, and we'll also be releasing NIL by athletes as well as we begin to get into space and work with young people. I hope this has given you a brief introduction to what the NFT space is about. And again, it is giving the athletes, the creative, the entertainer, the celebrity, the opportunity to manage their name, image, and likeness. So we know the professionals have been able to do that for some time, and now the amateurs will also be able to leverage and position their brand to win. Again, these are examples we have not released, projects we're working on. You can find more about us at nftsbyathletes.com. I'm Reginald Grant. Have an exceptional day. Thank you so much for stopping in. I hope this presentation has given you a little insight into what NFTs are all about. Non-fungible tokens. Again, educate yourself, position yourself and your brand to win. Have an exceptional day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been all waiting for. This entire day has been phenomenal. I get inspired, I get encouraged just by being a part of this event. You know, I'm humbled that I get to serve in this role as a leader under Reverend Jackson. And I want to encourage you to make sure you are continuously following Rainbow Push. Make sure that you are following RPC PUSHTECH, because we do things year round that are just phenomenal. We're just being used to impact the world. And it's just great to be able to do that. But I get excited in these conferences as I'm learning, as I'm reconnecting with people I care about and folks that are doing some amazing work. But this particular expression today, this particular experience, this particular opportunity with Kai Frazier, who is a phenomenal creator and curator. We met Kai several years ago. She's been a part of our summer program. She's worked with us in various venues, in various cities, doing STEM training for students. We've done all types of experiences with our Sportstech program on both coasts with Kai. But she has such a deep knowledge and understanding of the metaverse. She's created an entire curriculum that allows people to experience in real time, going into spaces. It's just like a movie. It's just like, you know, some of the cool things we've always heard we'd be able to do. And here is Kai creating these things for students and creating these experiences for young people. And today we get a chance to hang out with President Barack Obama. We get a chance to hear his voice narrate this tour through the People's House, known as the White House. But ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited to present my sister, who is amazing. We want to support her efforts. We want to support her educational platform. We want to support her engaging with school districts and after-school programs and all the various things that she's doing to bring the metaverse to our young people, as well as experiencing it not only as a consumer, but as a trainer and a teacher and as a career. But here we are on our way to the People's House, listening to President Barack Obama, but we're going to be guided into the conversation by the one and only Kai Frazier.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining me. My name is Kai, and I am the founder and CEO of KaiXR, where we create safe pathways to the metaverse for students. Today, I have the pleasure of sharing with you my motivation for starting a VR company. We'll go over a few of the basics of the metaverse, and last, we'll end with your ticket to check out 2 of our virtual field trips featuring President Barack Obama. At my company, KaiXR, we use metaverse technologies to expose students to global educational opportunities so they can be prepared for a highly technical future. By trade, I am a history teacher with over 20 years of experience. Growing up myself as a homeless at-risk student, there were very few educational opportunities for myself. That's why I became a teacher, where I have a proven track record of creating opportunities for my students out of impossible circumstances. While teaching in my classroom, I was often frustrated because we didn't have funding for field trips and gaining access to tech was an everyday struggle. Myself and the students I taught, we grew up rarely leaving our neighborhoods. We depended on field trips to give us access to the world around us. However, half the schools in the country have lost funding to these opportunities as field trip budgets have been slashed. With COVID-19, nobody took field trips. That's unfortunate because when kids go on field trips, they are 95% more likely to graduate from high school. On field trips, kids are exposed to new ideas, careers, locations, and that dramatically changed their life trajectory. After I left the classroom, I decided I wanted to go into teaching history and working in some of the biggest history museums in the world. I found a new career working with eyewitnesses to history and producing stories so students can learn from them. My job was to educate people across the world telling stories from world history. And I specialize in producing stories of genocide and mass atrocity. I had the pleasure of working with survivors from the Holocaust, the Syrian Civil War, ISIS survivors, Rwandan survivors, and more. I got so good at storytelling for these audiences that my stories made it up to the US State Department and even the Congressional Foreign Affairs Committee. At the museum is when I realized I could connect history to the present to cause change. The stories I produced were super inspiring. However, without deliberate attempt and deliberate outreach to connect to my students, these stories never made it to them. And that was the problem. They continued to miss out on these life-changing moments and experiences. And the big problem was students can't aspire to something if they don't know it exists. I took all of those experiences and I brainstormed a way to connect my students to the world around them. And I wanted them to learn in a way that didn't exclude them because they lacked resources. I also wanted them to be encouraged to dream bigger than their circumstances. So I began to dig deep into virtual reality to see if this could be an opportunity to close gaps. I'm a firm believer when you want to solve big problems, you have to take some big risk. So I sold my house, I sold my car and everything I owned to make my funding to create a VR company. Then I moved across the country from Washington, D.C. to Silicon Valley, where I could learn all that I could about tech. By doing so, I was able to create my metaverse company, KaiXR, where we are empowering the next generation of innovators. I named it after myself because I wanted kids to know, regardless of their backgrounds, they could build tech that could change the world. My platform lets kids explore 100 plus VR field trips. Then we teach them how to dream virtually by learning the building blocks of metaverse technologies. And with that, they have everything they need to create their own world within our metaverse maker spaces. I've told you a bit about my metaverse company and how it came to be, but I never assume people know what I'm talking about when I throw out terms like the metaverse and VR. So I always like to pause here in my presentations to go over the basics. So first off, what is the metaverse? Do you already know about it? You can drop your answers into the chat. Have you heard that phrase before? If so, what are some characteristics of the metaverse? Once again, don't be shy and you can type your answers into the chat. The metaverse is a huge buzzword right now. But here's the thing, there's no universally accepted definition of a real metaverse, except for maybe it's a fancier successor to the internet. And to be honest, the metaverse is an idea that doesn't fully exist yet and is still being created by all of us. The way we define it for our students is the metaverse is a virtual space that combines multiple elements of technology, including AR and VR. In the metaverse, you can explore, dream, and create with others that aren't in the same physical space with you. So what do I mean when I say it's an idea that hasn't fully been created yet? Well, let's consider the following. It's kind of like the internet, right? When the internet first started, people didn't even know what it was, and there were very few websites. The .com boom happened in the mid-1990s, and the internet went from being almost non-existent to then a huge boom where there were lots of websites. Fast forward to today, and there's a website for almost anything. Matter of fact, you can literally go to WordPress or Squarespace and create a website right now. So what about the metaverse? It may seem like a very foreign concept, but just like the internet, it will soon be a way of life. It will be up to us and our students to create within this virtual space. This is what I mean when I say they're going to be students will be the next generation of innovators in this digital space. When students ask me what they can create in the metaverse, I always respond with one answer. You can create anything you can imagine. One of the tools in which we will use to create within the metaverse will be VR. So what is VR? Have you ever used it before? Once again, let me know in the chat. Do you have any favorite VR games? Sometimes I hear Beat Saber is a crowd favorite, sometimes Supernatural. Are these names familiar to you? What do you know about VR? Once again, don't be shy. You can tell me in the chat. So jumping right into it, what is VR? Simply put, virtual reality, or VR, is when you use a device such as a VR headset to become fully immersed in a new virtual environment. You'll see the VR headset on the kids in this next slide. And that's what we specialize in at KXR. As soon as that VR headset goes over your face, you are transported into new worlds. Students for our company, they may experience new careers, new cultures, new locations, and sometimes it feels like you're really inside that new virtual world, even if you may just be sitting on your couch or inside your classroom. KXR's main offering is our 100+ kid-friendly virtual field trips, our VR field trips, where kids can learn about any subject in an interactive environment. From the Obama portraits to aerospace engineering, kids get a front row seat to new cultures and careers. To help teachers teach with our field trips, we offer viewing guides. This is a snapshot of the viewing guide that we have for the official Obama Portraits VR field trip. Not all teachers may be well-versed in the significance of these portraits, and for that reason, we include viewing guides for most of all of our experiences. During these viewing guides, teachers can see an overview of the field trip, learning goals, vocabulary, critical thinking questions, and even some related resources. For example, in this viewing guide, our related resources include discussion questions from the Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery and their discussion around these presidential portraits. One of my favorite things about my platform is our commitment to accessibility. I saw firsthand that my school's lack of tech created learning barriers, and that's what kept my students stuck in the digital divide. For that reason, I made sure KXR was accessible on every device that our customers own. And this is the real difference because most VR companies only work on 1 or 2 headsets. For example, the VR content may work on an Oculus Quest and an Oculus Rift, and that's it. But what if you don't have those 2 expensive headsets? At KXR, we are a WebXR company, meaning we work on all devices, including non-immersive devices. So we work on a smartphone, which is how most of my students connect to tech. We work on laptops, we work on VR headsets, we work on tablets. Whatever you have that has a web browser, including a smart TV, you can experience KXR. No Wi-Fi, no problem. KXR is partnered with the nation's largest 5G provider, T-Mobile, to increase connectivity for our customers. And getting started on KXR couldn't be easier. As a web-based platform, there is no app or download needed. Simply select your device. In this example, we're using a tablet. Go to kxr.com for step 2 from that device's web browser. And for step 3, you can explore our field trips. Myself and the students I taught grew up rarely having opportunities to leave our neighborhood. KXR breaks through those barriers so students have access to global educational opportunities from whatever device they own, from wherever they're located. And to safely prepare students for the metaverse, we specialize in creating the tools educators need to provide a hands-on learning experience for their students. These tools include things like our kid-friendly content, our lesson plans, metaverse classrooms, and even professional development for the teachers. We like to say we prepare teachers, or we help teachers prepare students for tomorrow, today. To prepare students to create in the metaverse, our educational packages include a metaverse curriculum. The curriculum goes over the basics such as what is the metaverse, AR, VR, and XR? How is VR made? What are some metaverse careers? And this is where we highlight diverse career professionals and even bring guest speakers to our students. And then at the very end, students can create their very own VR project with our metaverse makerspace. And that's what you're seeing in this GIF right here. Our curriculum gives students the foundation needed to innovate and create in the metaverse. KaiXR continues to grow due to community support and sponsorships from tech companies, foundations, philanthropic organizations, all dedicated to making a difference in high impact areas such as schools in low income communities. Our customers include STEM and tech centers, juvenile detention centers, after school programs, and even libraries. We're very proud that 90% of our customers have renewed with KaiXR, and they tell us they love doing so because they struggle to find high quality STEM offerings for their diverse student population. We love that kids are merged with this new tech and they stay curious when working with us. Our goal is to give 1 million kids access to metaverse technologies by 2030. When we hit this goal, we know we're on track to creating the metaverse we all deserve, filled with diverse stories, increased connectivity, culturally relevant content, and we are confident that our students will lead the way. In addition to doing all that I just described, once or twice a year, my company will film inclusive VR experiences to ensure our students are seeing representative content. If we don't do this, the content literally doesn't exist. Remember, we're in the early days of creating content for this new medium, which is the metaverse. One of our most popular experiences takes our students to view the official Obama portraits at the Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery. I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip from First Lady Michelle Obama, which discusses the significance of the official Obama portraits.
As I stand here today with all of you and look at this amazing portrait that will hang among so many iconic figures, I am a little overwhelmed, to say the least. I'm also thinking about all of the young people, particularly girls and girls of color, who in years ahead will come to this place and they will look up and they will see an image of someone who looks like them hanging on the wall of this great American institution. As I stand here.
And due to that project of us making a VR field trip from the presidential portraits, we've been able to extend that outreach so students all over the world can view the official Obama portraits in the metaverse. And that's what you're seeing right here. The Obama portraits debuted in Washington, D.C. They're now on travel and on tour across the U.S. And this image right here that you're seeing is of a young lady in Oakland, California, across the country, who was able to view the Obama portraits using VR, a metaverse technology, from right where she was in Oakland, California. You'll see this field trip of over 100 plus other experiences that we have on our platform, including another experience that I will highlight is a tour of the White House by First Lady Michelle Obama and President Barack Obama, also on our catalog. So like I said earlier, you can view KaiXR on any device you have. For this example, I am viewing KaiXR right now on my laptop. So I was able to go to kaixr.com and navigate. So I'll tell you in a second, but at the end of this presentation, you're going to email all these instructions. But for right now, I just want to walk you through it so you can see what things look like. So this is the homepage of our site at kaixr.com. where you will see you can view over 100 plus virtual field trips. So you can see everything from careers, the solar system, cartoons, a lot of different topics that you will see, museums, tourist locations, all on our homepage for the site. There are a couple that I would love to highlight for you once again. One is our virtual field trip taking you to view the official Obama portraits. And you're seeing I'm going right into it from here. I just clicked on it. And once again, I'm on a laptop viewing this. If you have a VR headset, you would do the exact same thing on your headset. You would go to kaixr.com, click login, and you're good to go and you'll be brought to this screen. Another one that I want to highlight is of
the official White House tour by the Obamas. You'll see that right here as well. And the viewing guides I mentioned, you'll see pop up as well. For the experiences, you're going to go in and you'll click on this button that says Explore Now. As a reminder, our VR experiences are filmed in 360 degrees. That means you can turn and rotate your screen. So on this next slide that I just have, you'll see that I am dragging that screen across to see the full 360 degrees of action. If you are on a laptop, you're dragging it, and I'll show you how to do that. If you're in a VR headset, it gets really fun, right? You just look up, you look down, you look all around you, and you can see the action as if you were actually there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to play one of these experiences. And when I play it, you're not going to hear me talk, but what I want to show you is how I go in and I start from scratch to go into these experiences. So I'm going to go into, let's say, the People's House. I'm going to hit Explore Now, and then I'm going to show you how I'm moving my screen around. So you can see the logo, and I'm clicking and dragging to move my orientation.
This house belongs to you and to every American. For 8 years, just a short chapter in the long story of our democracy, my family also had the privilege of calling the White House home. The architect who designed the White House was an Irish immigrant. Many of the laborers who built it were slaves. And on his second day living here, John Adams wrote a letter to his wife, Abigail, praying that only honest and wise leaders would rule under this roof. Beneath that roof resides not just a seat of government, of course, but also a living museum, a home to history, and a working office building. Let's go inside and have a look around.
So hopefully you have an example of how these field trips look, and I pressed the pause button if you didn't see to stop the experience. So you'll see this takes you back to the menu over here of all the experiences. And after this, the Obamas are going to walk you through every room of the White House. So you get to sit still and dig in to what they're going to show you. If I want to go to the next experience, I would go right here to the Obama portraits, which is the next one that we're highlighting. I will click into it. And this one's a little bit different because I'm the tour guide in this one. So you can play, same thing. You can look around.
Hey everyone, my name is Kai, and today we are visiting one of the most popular attractions in Washington, D.C. We are currently at the Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery to view the official Obama portraits. Right now, we're in the exhibition, The Struggle for Justice, which highlights those who fought for civil rights. Take a look around and see if you can recognize any familiar faces, and I'll meet you around the corner.
So once again, this experience, you're going to view and go through the official Obama portraits. Here's a portrait of Barack Obama. And as the experience goes on, you'll get closer and closer to it so you can see more. And it feels like you are right in there. Once again, let me stop. If you have a VR headset on, you'll be looking directly at this portrait where you can observe it and learn more from it. On a laptop like I am right now, you will scroll around until you can see the full details. So once again, once this presentation is over, you're going to get an email with instructions on how to get started with our virtual field trips. If you're new to virtual field trips and VR field trips, we recommend that you get started using your laptop. However, once again, KayXR works from any device, including smartphones and even VR headsets. Last reminder, don't forget you can drag and scroll around to see the 360 degrees of action. And I really hope you enjoy the experiences. And you don't have to stop at just those two Obama portraits. You can go in, you have a subscription for a couple of months. So please go and enjoy it. Let us know what you think. We'd love to hear feedback. Thank you so much for joining me. And I hope you are as excited as we are at KayXR about the metaverse.
KayXR has grown thanks to community support, which is why we need your help to reach our goal of giving 1 million kids access to Metaverse technologies by 2030. Feel free to screenshot this slide. If you know of any schools, STEAM centers, libraries, summer camps, after-school programs, and even juvenile detention centers, please send them our way. You can tell them to email us at explore@kayxr.com. Plus, if you would like to sponsor our work in a high-impact community, please let us know. We're always looking for different tech companies, foundations, and philanthropic orgs to really help spread our impact. I feel very strongly about a lot of the communities we work with. They're usually an afterthought, and they're the last to get this new emerging technology. At KayXR, we're changing this. They deserve to be at the forefront of emerging technologies, and we're able to do so with your help. So please screenshot this slide. I would love to connect and learn more how we could bring KayXR to different organizations across the globe. Thank you so much for joining me. Once again, if you would like to contact us, emails on the other slide. You can email us at explore@kayxr.com. And like I said, we are located in Oakland, California, but we are virtually in the Metaverse. So we are here for any of your needs. It was a pleasure speaking with everyone today. And thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to all of you for being a part of PushTech 22. Thank you for sharing the day. Thank you for attending. Thank you for being a part of this ecosystem where we're making sure that technology is not just something we engage with on our phones, but we have a seat at the table. We have opportunities for our young people, and we have the experiences that will take all of our lives to another level. Continue to follow Rainbow Push. Continue to follow PushTech. Continue to support all that we're doing as an organization. You can text the word PUSH to 41444 and make a contribution, a donation of support to the work that we're trying to do all over the country and yes, all over the world to continuously keep hope alive. Continue to support all that Reverend Jackson has lived the past 80 plus lives, served the past 60 plus lives, trying to help empower and change lives. Let's continue to hold him up. Let's continue to be a part of his vision. Let's continue to keep hope alive. I'm looking for you next year. I think we're gonna be in person. We're looking at April 2023. We'll send out the save the dates ASAP. We wanna see you there in the Bay Area, Silicon Valley. And on our way there, we thank you again for all that you've done. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy your links, enjoy the follow-up, enjoy the people that you've met that you're gonna be able to work with in the future. And as you keep going forward, remember the best is still yet to come. We're coming out of this pandemic together. We survive together because we are better together. Take care, everybody. Much love. Peace.